A very good morning to every one of you gathered here today. Good morning. Today I'm Mageshwar, the project lead of Startup Team, and it is an honor to stand before you all. And today we embark on a journey towards building a brighter future with inclusive entrepreneurship. Today's gathering is not just an event; it's a convergence of minds, ideas, and aspirations from diverse corners of the entrepreneurial landscape. So we are privileged to welcome our esteemed chief guest today, our keynote speaker, Professor Solomon Darwin, Executive Director of the Center of Corporate Innovation at the UC Berkeley, Dr. Milind Kamble, Founder Chairman of the Dalit Indian Chamber of Commerce and Industry, and Mr. Nagaraja Prakasam. He's a leader with 3 decades of global experience. Retired at 41, he's enjoyed as a farmer, growing startups across the country. Thank you, sir, for joining us today. So today, throughout this event, we will delve into the heart of inclusive entrepreneurship. We have an engaging panel discussion lined up, featuring distinguished individuals representing various facets of diversity. As we stand on the threshold of this exciting venture, let us remember that entrepreneurship knows no bounds. It thrives on diversity, inclusivity, and the belief that every individual, regardless of the background, has the potential to contribute to a brighter future. Together, we will explore new horizons, forge meaningful partnerships, and lay the foundation for a more inclusive and prosperous entrepreneurial landscape. Once again, a heartfelt welcome to each one of you. Let the Global Investors Meet 2024 be a catalyst for collaboration, innovation, and a future where entrepreneurship knows no boundaries. So I would like to invite our CEO and MD, Startup Team, to give a set of context on today's session.
So, good morning to all. Sorry, due to rain, we are getting more audience very soon. So this is one of the important sessions. We envisioned when we planned the overall gym sessions. So I don't want to take much of the time because it's a 90-minute session divided into 3 sectors. So it is about, I just want to give a context. Every state, every country have a policy, philosophy, ideology on the development. So Tamil Nadu is uniquely positioned, for the past 50, 60 years, several decades, on inclusive development. That means we are always concerned about a balanced growth. One side, it should be, economic growth. If you draw a X-Y axis, one side it will be an economic growth, the Y-axis will be a social index. Only when you have that balance, we will achieve the inclusive growth. Inclusive growth leads to happiness index, good happiness index. So, wherever we need to take a capitalistic view, or in other words, in terms of development of economical aspects, we will take that view. But when it affects the social factors or social inclusivity, then we'll take the social, developmental, development-oriented decisions. This was the practice of the governments for the past 50, 60 years. That is the inclusive model, or the balance between economic index and social index. It is what our Chief Minister, Honorable Chief Minister, used to call as Dravidian model, nothing else. So in this context, when we launched the startup ecosystem related activities through Startup Tamil Nadu, our policies also were aligned with inclusive development. So we wanted to give equal opportunity to suppressed, marginalized castes, like scheduled caste and scheduled tribe, the gender equality, equal opportunity or more opportunities to women folk, and also differently abled, also the third gender or the transgender, and also very importantly, geographical inclusivity. So most of the startup ecosystem is being developed, or the governments or the whatever the social, business associations, they focus on the metro cities. For example, if it is Tamil Nadu, people consider only Chennai and to some extent Coimbatore. They don't think beyond that. So we wanted to develop or implement our programs in each and every nook and corner of the state. So these inclusivity, social inclusivity, caste inclusivity, gender inclusivity, and differently abled or third gender inclusivity, all put together, we wanted to frame policies and implement schemes and take everyone in the growth path. So this is the nutshell, the underlying philosophy of Government of Tamil Nadu in every project that we wanted to reflect in startup related schemes also. So in this connect, we have three different sector of events today. The first will be about the geographical inclusivity, where when I went to US, I met an esteemed, an eminent professor called Mr. Solomon, Dr. Solomon Darwin, who is the director of the corporate innovation at the UC Berkeley, University of Berkeley. So he will be handling the first session. Maybe I have Ms. Janaki here. Yeah, Janaki, you can introduce Professor. Yeah. So Janaki is an IBM. She's heading the sales enterprise of IBM. So she coordinated to connect with Professor Solomon. She's also working closely with Berkeley University. So she will briefly, introduce Dr. Solomon Darwin. Dr. Solomon Darwin is a very interesting personality. He is also called the father of rural innovation, the modern day rural innovation. So he's working on a unique project called the Digital Village Movement, where how startup kind of activities can be nurtured in the rural parts of the world. So he has developed a model, so he will be discussing his model here today.
Good morning, everyone. Dr. Solomon Darwin doesn't need introduction in the US because he's a very well-renowned professor in UC Berkeley. He heads the Garwood Corporate Innovation Forum at UC Berkeley and works with several multinationals. The first time that I met him was, I am from IBM. I lead the corporate innovation for IBM. I'm an AVP of sales for the industries vertical. So like IBM, he works with several multinational companies to embrace the open innovation. So I'm not going to take a lot of time introducing myself. You can just listen to him and speak. So Solomon Darwin, please come to the stage. Today he is going to take us through the journey of what is innovation, open innovation, and how to build this inclusive entrepreneurship under the umbrella of open innovation.
Thank you, Janaki. Welcome, everyone. Let me say a few things first, and it's great to be here. The Smart Villages movement takes an ecosystem approach because a good ecosystem in a village retains its villagers, so it's greener and better, and so that's the approach we are taking. The other thing I want to say is that Prime Minister Modi made a statement a while ago. He said India will become smarter when its villages become smarter. It means most of the people in India live in villages, and so when the villages get smarter and greener, so will India. So that's a great statement. He did not say India will become smarter when its smart cities get smarter, right? So that's a big impact there. So when villagers get empowered with digital tools, one which we're going to introduce today with the generative AI capabilities, I think it'll democratize the access to global markets, and and have access to a lot of entrepreneurs around the world. So what we need is growth, but not growth for growth's sake, but it has to be growth that sustains our planet. So during COVID-19, I think we all have witnessed where a lot of people, millions of people, walked back to their villages. And from Mumbai, Calcutta, New Delhi, the reason they did that is because food does not grow on the 60th floor of a high-rise building in Mumbai. It grows in villages. So people went back to villages because that's where the river is. That's where their roots are, their community is, lakes are, food grows there, legacy, all of those are represented in, said in COVID-19 time, he shut down all the studios. They couldn't meet. But the best movie ever made, Encanto, was made during COVID-19 time because he moved the equipment from the studios to the people's apartments. And even though they didn't meet, the best movie ever made, technologically and artistically, was made at that time. So we just need to think about if Clark Spencer can move equipment and technology into people's apartments, we definitely can move it to our villages, to make our villages smarter, to fulfill Prime Minister Modi's dream. And so I think that's one of the things that we just need to think. The Earth was extremely happy when COVID-19 happened because Earth was, all the wildlife began to replenish. Ganges, the most polluted river in the world, was drinkable. You can see the fish down there. So I think we need to think a new way in order to sustain the planet. So with that, let me go ahead and I'm from UC Berkeley. We are people who we're a public university funded by the government. So we are not a profit-making university like a private university, and we generated more Nobel laureates than any other university in the world because we focus on environmental problems. Is also part of that. Free speech movement, all of these anti-war movement, all of those came out of Berkeley. So without further ado, let me keep going. So the focus of my life has primarily been the underserved people, and I wrote several books on that. And so neglected regions of the world, neglected resources, and neglected the world, which is the declining planet that we live in, and also neglected healthcare. So if you're interested, you can kind of take a look at these on Amazon. They're all available. So they are things that food for thought, and if you can also contribute. So the topic today is about this from the building a brighter future, but I'm going to speak from my recent book, The Declining Balance Sheet of the Earth, from the viewpoint of a benevolent CEO looking down and saying, what should we do? And if there's a mission statement for the world, I think it should begin at Tamil Nadu, because we're a very forward-thinking state. Mainly it is to sustain and replenish the Earth's resources. And manufacturing is good, industrialization is good, but it shouldn't pollute our planet, right? And so I believe that a vision statement is that we need to take care of the entire human race, as well as people who are marginalized, and as well as creatures as well. So that's a mission statement. One of the things that we are noticing, I just want you to see this, and I hope it works. There it is. You know, I think in Madras you had, or Tamil Nadu, you had those floods. They're caused because of the climate change, and many of the island nations are concerned about, because it has to. So you can see how those ice caps are, so it's exponential. So we cannot say, well, one day we'll just wake up like COVID-19 and say, what should we do, right? So we need to be intelligent people trying to take care of this. And so because what sustains life on the planet is these 8 cycles.
right? All the creatures contribute to it, to sustaining these cycles. We call it, I think you have learned it in your high school or in your, when you, about these 8 circles that actually keep life going on the planet. Not only our life, human life, but the life of all the animals and creatures, right? And very, very important. The problem was that we as human beings interfere with these cycles, creating these disruptions, right? And that's one of the problems. Human interference disrupts these cycles, creating what we call these climate changes and other things. So the reason I stuck to villages is because villages are green and they promote more sustainability. So we have, over time in history, moved from green to greed, because you can see some of the things that created value and wealth as were in villages, rural living, assets were all green, energy was gravity, right? And so we moved from there into more industrialization, that put more carbon into the air, and then eventually into more knowledge-based assets. And all of this really is hurting the planet. And so wealth creation should be done more in rural and green technologies, and that's why I promote more smarter villages. We need more villages than we need cities. So we need to be driven by goodness and not by greed. And that's one of the problems that we have. So the other thing that's happening in our world is, when I was in college in 1975, most of the assets on the balance sheet are physical, like land, arable land, physical, that you can touch and feel. But in my own lifetime, in 2005, more than 80%, now I think it's more like 90%, are assets that you can't touch and feel. They are knowledge assets, IP. They are algorithms. They're formulas. They create what we call perceived value, not real value, like the real assets, right? And that also creates problems. Knowledge has given us all these wonderful technologies to make our life comfortable, right? And we got used to it. And it just happened in the last 250 years. So before that, we were an agricultural economy, which was green. And you can see, yes, it is good, but it also creates a lot of problems. We need a benevolency, for the planet. So we live in a sinking boat. We can't say it's China's problem, it's America's problem, right? I gave a keynote at COP28. The 2 culprits did not make it there. America was not represented. Biden didn't make it, and China's president didn't make it. They're the people who pollute the most, but everybody else did. All the other prime ministers were there. So we just can't shift the blame. So my solution is we need to go and become more green through an ecosystem approach. When you look at nature, when you look at your own human body, we are an ecosystem. The 10 R's. Ecosystems regulate seamlessly. They recycle waste, repair damage, reuse byproducts, and it also repurposes excess, right? And reduces intake, rejects impediments, like your body always is rejecting poisons, replenishes resources, and replicates the processes, and reproduces itself. You see that in plants, you see that in animals, you see that in your own body. But why can't we make businesses with the same, in the same way? Why can't we replicate it in that way? So we are able to do this in villages because they're much greener, people are simpler, people in villages respect nature, they're closer to the earth, and that's one of the things that I'm very concerned about. This is a human body. Your heart, lungs, and every organ works in complete cooperation and coordination without wasting things. It doesn't consume more than what it needs, right? So we produce a lot of waste, and we have one of the problems is overconsumption. In 1950s, the hamburger used to be so small, but now people eat so much that Americans have so much fat in their body that it equals 1 billion people. So we agreed, we cut down forests, we also have topsoil that is disappearing, right? And in 2050, India will be the largest consumer of many of these services. So we, as Indians, and sitting here in Tamil Nadu, I think Tamil Nadu can set the standard. We need to be more sustainable and not do a lot of waste, right? And of course, water is at the front of it. It's a 1% of water sustains life on a planet. And how we handle and use that water is very, very important. So the problem is, along with this, I have my colleague, who's an economist at Berkeley, his office is next to mine. He publishes this all the time, and every year. And you can see that the gap between the rich and poor is so big, and the people that really run the world, whether it's the technology companies or the CEOs of those companies, they make a lot of money. The top 1%, right, and the bottom, 90%. So this is a big gap, right? The gap is big, and the gap is also widening. We're much better off in the 60s. See those two lines there? As we're getting worse. So all the knowledge in the world, all the technology in the world that we create in Silicon Valley and the knowledge in the universities we produce is not helping. We are worse off in that way. It's not only widening, it's also worsening. People are working harder and harder for less money, and that's not also good. And it's global. In Europe, we have the same problem. Their poorer populations are getting poorer, and the richer populations get richer. Same thing in India. 9 richest people in India own more than the bottom 50%. 9 people own more wealth than 600 million people combined. That is not really good news. On China, we don't have any data. So addressing some of these pain points, and how do we get out of this hole, creating a brighter future for the world, is the challenge that we have. There's poverty. There is also inequality. Gosh, wrong thing. Look at me. Turn this off here. There's poverty. There's urbanization. We always think it is good. When people leave the villages, go to Dubai, Abu Dhabi, like in my village, right? The families are separated, right? And there's a lack of happiness. Kids get ruined. They get into drugs. And the husband, whose wife is working, is womanizing. And so we have all these problems because I run a school in the rural villages. So this is one of the problems that we have that we need to address. So the other thing that I wanted to show why we started Smart Village Movement at Berkeley is because of this one chart. A rich man can afford high value products at high price because money is not a problem for him, right? That's easy. Any monkey can do it, number one. It needs a basic strategy. Number two is also easy because you take all the crumbs from the rich man's table and give it to the poor because this is low value at low price. But the center that I work, Center for Corporate Innovation, is about number 3. And that's where the smart villages come in. Hard to achieve without innovation. So all of us need to be entrepreneurs and innovators in order to make that happen. And one of the things that you see here is there are so many poor people in this world than the rich people. The rich man is dying and he's only growing at a very small percentage, 2.5%. While the rich man, the poor man and the poor countries are growing at 7.5%. So that's one of the things that we need to keep in mind, and that's why we created this whole thing called Smart Village Movement. We hope that Tamil Nadu will also be number one. Yesterday we heard we are number one in so many things, right? Bringing in companies, manufacturing, all these products, but we need to be number one in sustainability of the planet and also creating smarter villages so people are retained, right? So my definition of a smart village is not about building infrastructure like libraries, roads, water tanks, and so on. It is about building people, empowering people with our current digital technologies to access global markets. So anyone can be an entrepreneur, regardless of who they are and what their background is. If you give them the access to global markets, they will definitely do it, because human DNA has a PhD that God had already granted it. It will emerge to the occasion and the crisis, and it will manifest itself. So we just need to give people access through our digital technologies. And smart villages are all about a community. People like to live in communities. That's where the happiness is, right? It is also an ecosystem. It's relationships that meet one another's needs. Villages are also a brand. My village is known for weavers. For thousands of years, we have been weaving this cloth, right? Identity, legacy, lineage, ancestral pride, all of those exist in a village, right? When you go to a city, you lose all those. Business model. A village is also a business model because it has a capacity to create value and capture some of that value in terms of profit. Every village is unique. And this is where that inclusivity of entrepreneurship comes in, right? And number 5, it's also a platform. Today, with the technology we have today, people can trade without any barriers. A weaver can put their sari on the platform and sell it to a lady in San Jose, California at $100 versus $10 in her own village, right? And that is empowerment. And so when I was a young man, I used to have all this. Now all of that is available now on a cell phone. It's mobile, it's affordable, it saves time, saves energy, right? And it has many practical solutions, the speed of transactions. So we are using this kind of technology to empower people, to bring democracy of knowledge into their hands. So we'll be hearing about some of the technology very, very soon at the pavilion. So we use an ecosystem approach, as I mentioned to you. This is the farmers. Why is the farmer dying? And Bill Gates was in Visakhapatnam a while ago, and he said, why are the farmers dying? So we did a research. We interviewed over 40,000 farmers, and it's because of this reason, is that everyone sells to the farmer, pesticide company, fertilizer company, seed company, the landlord, and so cost aggregation, risk is all borne by this man, and no one in the ecosystem doesn't really bear the risk. And so all these offerings are isolated. The man does not know information, how to sell, at what price. Those were the reasons, all right? So Bill Gates said, what is the solution? And the solution is we need to make these people smarter. And so we went back and said, now the S curve is going up, which means all those companies that are selling to the farmer, if they work together as in one ecosystem, they will eliminate costs, save time, the speed to market, waste is also retained, right? So that is the approach that we're taking. Let me just give me a few minutes. So we talked about the ecosystem, right? And when we started the Smart Village movement, we said how many companies that work in villages would like to use this approach of ecosystems. And we had a lot of people, 86 companies signed up for this. You can see some of those are very well-known names, right? They say we love to do this together to make the villages smarter. And these are real companies. We had real meetings, and the meetings are now, some of the smart villages are employed in Meghalaya or Arunachal Pradesh, Andhra, and so on. So we want to create smart villages where people want to stay in a village and not really flee from the village. So in my village in Mori, which was made smarter, many people there never left the village but worked for companies in Atlanta, Silicon Valley, and other places, being with their families, because we gave them internet. I told Mr. Naidu, if you want me to make your village smart, you need to give access to every single person in the village. And he did that. He kept his promise. And the other one is energy. You need to give them 24-hour electricity. So that's in the center. So all of these companies came because there's energy, there's connectivity, and it brought in a whole ecosystem of companies that want to grow them. So that's one of the things that Conrad Sangma, the Chief Minister of Meghalaya, said, is I want you to make my state smart and my villages smart, but I don't want my young people leave the state and work for Bangalore or Silicon Valley or New Delhi or Mumbai. I want them to stay in the state. Otherwise, I'll lose all the smart people, and then I'll be left with all the lazy ones. You can't grow an economy like that. So I think there's a lot of, so Salesforce stepped up to it, and we're teaching people how to code, how to program, how to be tested and place their jobs right in the villages on mobile devices, right? And that is very, very important, right? So what I do, this is, I'll finish this with this slide here. When we create an ecosystem with companies, we always tell the Silicon Valley companies, if you want to be a part of this movement, is you need to be a part of someone's journey. If you're not a part of a journey, then you're useless to the world, right? So the journey of a student, right? They need access, basic skills, all of those. So all these companies signed up to be a part of a student because they need access first, learn basic skills, creative skills, and finally get a job. So this is something that, this is the healthcare. Same thing with patients. They need to recover, but also prevent the disease. All of those companies signed up. And here's agriculture. See, the journey maps are very, very important because companies are useless unless you're part of a journey of an individual or a family or a student. And so this is the household journey. Household also needs something. So every company should have a purpose in the sustainability, and that can only happen in villages, I believe. And I think, so this is a process we follow, and all of this process is available now on generative AI, and it's a technology that every person in any village can talk in their own language to an AI that becomes smarter by the day. With that, I will introduce Jackie to come and say a few words about the technology, and also Sabine.
Hello? Hello?
Thank you, Professor. It was a fantastic presentation. I hope that we get to work with you from Tamil Nadu and then create some smart villages movement within Tamil Nadu. Shivaraj Ramanathan sir is working with you. Hopefully next time when we are here, we talk about examples of our smart villages here in the state. With that, I'm going to introduce you to Samin Dema, who is the founder and CEO of a company called Humans.ai, where humanity meets in the innovation of AI. But in an landscape where artificial intelligence is all over the place, people are like talking about artificial intelligence. There's a question of governance and ethical and responsible building, responsible AI comes into a big question. And this is the first ever company, Humans.ai, in the world, created blockchain around the humans on AI. I will let him speak about his company briefly, but we do have a session at 2:30 at the Startup Pavilion. The reason why we are here is that we would like you to invite you to that session where Sabine is going to do a demo of what his company does, humans on AI. Sabine, just a quick
Hello everyone. Congratulations for this wonderful event. We all understood that artificial intelligence is going to democratize the access to education, to healthcare, can create an entrepreneur out of everyone. Everyone can be a creator. But also we can create stronger communities. And we can create stronger communities by creating stronger individuals. So we are inviting you everyone at 2:30 at the Startup Pavilion Arena to present you how can we create an artificial intelligence program that is listening to everyone and is creating AI solutions to help villagers, to help individuals, communities, countries, and so on. Thank you everyone, and again congratulations for this wonderful event.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Professor. Thank you, Professor. We would like you to be on the stage. So I'd like to invite our MD and CEO, Mr. Sivaraja Ramanathan sir, and Mr. Kiran Gurala IAS, Director Town Panchayat, to facilitate our chief guest.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Sure. Well, welcome. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor, once again for the wonderful session. So let's move towards our next session, next keynote address. So it's a privilege to welcome Dr. Milind Kamble, the esteemed 2013 Padma Shri awardee and founder chairman of the Dalit Indian Chamber of Commerce and Industry. Dr. Kamble has been a trailblazer in uplifting and marginalized communities through entrepreneurship. His leadership has expanded DICCI's influence globally, and his roles as a chairman of IIM Jammu's Board of Governors and the National SCST Hub's Advisory Board underscore his commitment to education and empowerment in trade and industry. Today, as Dr. Kamble shares his insights, let's be inspired by his dedication to inclusivity and empowerment in the corporate world. Please join me in warmly welcoming Dr. Milind Kamble. Thank you.
Very good morning, and in Chennai we are enjoying a rain like a monsoon, so it's a very different weather. Thank you very much, Government of Tamil Nadu, for inviting me for this session, building inclusive entrepreneurship ecosystem. I represent DICCI, Dalit Indian Chamber of Commerce and Industry. This idea itself a disruptive idea, Dalit Indian Chamber of Commerce and Industry. So which we started from 2005 from Pune, and now it's a nationwide organization spread across all 27 states, and internationally 7 countries we have chapters. More than 10,000 entrepreneurs. They are regular members, active members in this chamber, and almost up to 1 lakh entrepreneurs we have touched. So it's a 18 years of a journey working for inclusive growth and for the economic empowerment of a scheduled caste and scheduled tribe communities. It is called marginalized communities also. So we are working for these groups for the economic empowerment through self-help and entrepreneurship. Entrepreneurship is the best way for the economic empowerment which we found while working in this so many years. Basically, I am an entrepreneur. So I have started my journey from a very small village from Maharashtra, Latur district. Now I am in Pune and Mumbai, working as a builder and developer. So this is a very interesting journey for an entrepreneur. And while doing my entrepreneurship, I feel that I have to work for my community for the economic empowerment. I follow Dr. Babasaheb Ambedkar's philosophy, and I am a follower of his economic thoughts. He was the great economist of India, and there is a lot of contribution in the economic field, particularly in the area of monetary economics and public finances. This year, we are celebrating 100th year of his first book, The Problem of Rupee, Its Origin and Solution. And exactly we will finding the problem of rupee, where it is. And then we started the rupee chess. We are started the dollar chess practice, and from 2005 we are working at a different level. So let us understand. Just now a very excellent presentation by Professor Solomon regarding villages and to develop a village economy and entrepreneurship system. So the scheduled caste and scheduled tribe people, those we called marginalized, what was their role in villages? Their role in villages were to support by way of services. Now in a modern management, we can say they were the service providers to the society. Okay, so that's why he was the part of village economy. He was not merely simply sitting, he was contributing for the village economy, and he was the service provider. Who can provide a service? Those people who are having some skill sets, those people can provide us services. Okay. And while you come to the entrepreneurship, what is the prerequisite of an entrepreneurship? The prerequisite of entrepreneurship is you have to have a skill set, or you have to have a domain knowledge is a prerequisite. And if you apply to the scheduled caste and scheduled tribe people, those part of a village economy, yes, they are having skill sets and they are having a domain knowledge. That's why we feel that this is the most vulnerable community to become an entrepreneur. And that's why in our thought basket, we started through this disruptive idea to developing a business leadership among scheduled caste and scheduled tribe. And in a social hierarchy, these people are oppressed, depressed people. They have not access to the education, not access to the so many things that we know. Okay. Then we again ignited all these people, and we have given another slogan: fight caste with capital. This is something different, disruptive things which we brought on table and started working. And now while working with the government of India and while working with the Indian industry, we created so many entrepreneurs in this country. So while working with the government of India, what we created, and with a state government. Yes, I am in a Tamil Nadu, then I will speak later on. But what is required to develop and support these marginalized or scheduled caste and scheduled tribe entrepreneurs to create an inclusive society? So it requires 3M ecosystem, which we have defined. That is, the first M is a market. Market is a very important. Okay. Without a market, where you will sell your products. Okay. So for a market, the government is the biggest market. Whether it's a central government or whether it's a state government, government procures so many things, services, goods, and contracts. Through this, the government spends a lot of money. So government is the biggest market. Therefore, in the first market, at the government level, we created a procurement policy, or we suggested to the government, you have to create a procurement policy. So likewise, as of now, there is a 25% procurement set aside from MSME sectors. Those are startups, which is from 3% from women entrepreneurs, 4% from scheduled caste and scheduled tribe entrepreneurs, and rest of from a general category entrepreneurs. This is for a startup and entrepreneurs is a very important market. Every entrepreneur, they are in search of assured market, and that market support is created by a government. So similarly, in the US also, there is a 23% procurement from the MBEs, minority business entrepreneurs. Their definition is very different. They call minority for African Americans, Asians, Indians also there, Hispanians and other LGBTQ and women entrepreneurs. They have a very vast definition of a minority entrepreneurs. So they have set aside 23%. So in our India, we have set aside 25% procurement from these entrepreneurs. This is the first M, which is very important. Similarly, this is created by government. Similarly, we have to work with the industry. So Dickey, as a chamber, we are a partner of a CII for the affirmative action. And I'm a co-chair of that affirmative action task force. And as of now, more than 5,000 SC/ST entrepreneurs we have connected to the main Indian industry houses as a suppliers in their supply chain and vendors. So this way we have to work two way, at the government level and at the private level, and so that the assured market, these startups, these people will get, and their confidence will boost. So another M, which is the money, which is very important. And when we start about the startups and all, and what are the hurdles and all this, when we discuss the early stage funding. See, early stage funding for an idea is a very difficult in India. Okay, in the US and here and there, it's a very easy for early stage funding for an idea. But in India, we have a banking, a legacy system that which is a collateral base. Therefore, it's a very difficult, was earlier days, but as of now, we have a complete support system for funding for startups. The government of India has different initiatives, Startup India, like a Tamil Nadu government's initiative to support startups. So like that type of support system is required. And other financing support system, like institutional supports, like a Mudra, which is the biggest ever financial inclusion scheme in this country. I can speak it later on, or it's a very big subject. So 45 crore people has got access through Mudra. the ticket size is a very small. Average ticket size is 45 to 47,000, but for a street vendor, it is a very big amount for him. So like that, and I have started my enterprise by just 25,000 rupees. So it's by my own, from a salary, from early 2-3 years I worked, and from salary I have my savings. I started my enterprise. So like this institutional support system is very important. So that support system, venture capital fund for a growth capital, all this is important, which is working with the government we created. And third is a mentoring, which is very important, because all are first generation, those people not having any business background. For them, mentoring support is very important, because we have a incubation center. We are working with so many incubation and startup centers in the country. I'm being heading Indian Institute of Management, so I work with very closely with these startups and all that. For us, for institutions and for academicians and for also government, they have to worry because the mortality rate of startups is very high. So need to create a support system at the educational level, at incubation center level, how to support these startups so that they become successful and successful. So this is something is in the country. So another point I want to make is, or the message I want to give from these TN startups, if we want to create an inclusive society or sustainable society, we have to work on two factors, by government and by industry. That is on supplier diversity and employment diversity. On these two factors are very important to create a sustainable society, because I work very closely with US ecosystems like NMSDC, National Minority Supplier Development Council, with SBA, Small Business Administration Department, and so many corporates in the US. So we closely work, and these two things they practice. Government also practice and Indian industry also practice. Here also we are working very closely with the Indian industry to create a support system through a supplier diversity. What is a supplier diversity? Or what is a employment diversity? So supplier diversity means your supplier base should be diverse. There should be women entrepreneurs, there should be a marginalized community entrepreneurs, there should be all type of suppliers. It is called diverse supplier base. And what is the employment diversity? So as employment diversity means, if Bill Gates, he owns a company, Microsoft, when he enters into his office, he don't want to see all white faces as the MD, CEO, and CXO and CTO and all these employees. So when he enters into his office, he wants to see diverse employment. There should be African American, there should be Indian, there should be Hispanians, and like that, that approach is very much needed. So through this TN startup conclave and this investor meet, I appeal to the Indian industry to create a sustainable and inclusive society. You have to must adopt employment diversity and supplier diversity. Without these two things, we cannot create a sustainable society or equitable society. This is my takeaway from this summit. And thank you very much for inviting me, my colleagues, Padma Shri Ravi Kumar Narar, National President, my Chennai, Tamil Nadu Presidents, and colleagues, they are present here. Thank you very much for inviting me. Thank you.
Doctor? Thank you, sir, for the wonderful session. So I'd like to invite our MD and CEO, and Saraptian, and Mr. Kiran Gurala, IAS, for facilitating our chief guest. Ladies and gentlemen, as we embark on our panel discussion on building a brighter future with inclusive entrepreneurship, we are joined by a diverse panel, each a symbol of inclusive growth. I would like to invite our MD and CEO, Tansen, for introducing our moderator and speakers for the session. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks for the wonderful speech, Dr. Miling Kamble. And I would like to share that, Tamil Nadu is one of the, or not one of the only state having a venture fund for SCST founders. We have annual 50 crore fund, which is an equity fund. Yeah, so now the next, we'll call upon a very good panel. When we talk about inclusive entrepreneurship, it has to be represented by, every sector, every section of the community. So first I invite a person. இவருக்கு மேலே வந்து இந்த மாதிரி ஒரு பேனலை மாடரேட் பண்ணுறதுக்கு வந்து ஐடென்டிஃபை பண்ண முடியாதுன்னு நினைக்கிறேன். மிஸ்டர் நாகராஜ பிரகாசம் சார். ஸோ ஹூ இஸ் அன் இம்பேக்ட் இன்வெஸ்டர், a well-known personality across the country, working for, like uplifting the marginalized communities, environmentally challenged areas and all. So we have a combination of people. I invite Archana Stalin, who is representing the women entrepreneurship section. So she runs a company. I invite Silambarasan, who raised a company as a fund from Tamil Nadu government. Now he also raised fund from American Tamil Fund. He runs a company called Towman. And I request Siruvadivel வந்து ஒரு பழங்குடி இனத்தை சார்ந்தவர். டாம்ஸ் கிரீன் குளோபல் அப்படின்னு ஒரு நிறுவனத்தை நடத்திட்டு வராங்க. வேஸ்ட்லேருந்து ஃபியூயல் ஜென்ரேட் பண்ணுறது அவங்க பேசுவாங்க அந்த இதில். இவங்களுக்குமே வந்து தமிழ்நாடு கவர்மெண்ட்லேருந்து நம்ம இன்வெஸ்ட் பண்ணியிருக்கிறோம். நான் இன்வெஸ்ட் ஸ்வர்ணலதா ஃப்ரம் ஸ்வர்கா ஃபவுண்டேஷன் has done a wonderful, is doing a wonderful work in supporting differently abled, people to, develop them in entrepreneurship. And I also invite Priya Babu, Trans Publications. The third gender is often neglected in the society, and she is doing a wonderful job in developing more and more entrepreneurs through her foundations and her inspirational activities. Over to you, Naga sir.
This is a very, very interesting panel. As Sivraj mentioned, that it's very inclusive. We cannot measure the growth of a state or a country while only certain section of the group is, growing. So இப்போ ஒரு கார் எடுத்துக்கிட்டீங்கன்னு வச்சுக்கோங்க, காரில் வந்து நம்ம ஸ்பீடை வச்சு மட்டுமே we cannot do the performance of the car. இல்லையா, எவ்வளோ டயர்ஸ் இருக்காங்க. So temperature, fuel, and the car, all this RPM, all this level. So அந்த மாதிரி இந்த ஒரு ஸ்டேட்டுக்கு all the people involved, different category of people should be growing along with the process. Then only the prosperity follows everybody. Otherwise, as the professor mentioned, unfortunately, there is across the world the inequality is growing. There is this 1% of the people owning more than 50% of the world wealth, and this gap is widely increasing. But which we have seen, as Sivraj mentioned earlier about Tamil Nadu, in various progress levels, we are in the top in the country, right? SDG, right? Sustainable Development Goals that UN has developed, so that there are 17 goals. Like your car, like 2-3 dials, like there are 17 dials, right?
all the dayas should be appropriately performing for the country, should be moving forward. We are very happy that Tamil Nadu is number 2 in the SDG, followed by Kerala. So it's already progressing in all these dayas. So this is a proof of that dais, right? We picked up every category from that dial to start telling us about what is happening in that particular area. So if you look at about how do we, involve everybody, there is one element is about people living in poverty. So that's where the entrepreneurship could be an opportunity to support that through social business. What is a social business? It's about you buy a product or service from a low-income family, right? Or you sell a product or service to a low-income family. Like for example, இது நம்ம ட்ரைபல்ல இருந்து வந்திருக்காரு, அவர் வந்து taking the product, right, from them, a craft or things that is growing in the fields quite a lot. அதை வச்சு அவங்களுக்கு எப்படி livelihood பண்ண முடியும்? If you take Archana, so she is helping the farmers to make product, right? So it means they are procuring product or service from the low-income families. There is one part of it. The other part is about how they themselves can stand on their own leg. இல்லாட்டி என்ன பண்ணுவோம், நம்ம வெளியில இருந்து போயிட்டு வந்து ஒரு ட்ரைபல் பெல்ட்லயோ ஒரு அதர் ஏரியாலயோ we will start giving, telling that
they are owning it, right? It is not that external person coming and telling what to do, and they are owning it, they are driving the force. That is what inclusive entrepreneurship is all about. So with that introduction, so I will go to Priya, right? So if we start talking about, there is quite a lot happening in terms of the third gender, right, which earlier days is considered, it's abused a lot. I'm very, very glad sitting next to her today because this has been recognized by the government. I was talking to her yesterday about this Tirunangai application, right? There is a welfare board has been created by the Tamil Nadu government for the transgender. There is an app is created around, quite a lot of people already registered with that app, and around 50 lakhs of grant is given to them to start entrepreneurship. Because what happens with them is that the moment they are identified, I'm different, the society rejects. First the family rejects, and the society rejects. They are pushed down in a corner doing various things. But I'm very glad, I think Priya has taken up, she's part of the government's welfare board for the transgenders. So tell about the stories about the publication, right? So the more we know about them, it is important for us to kind of read.
இன்க்ளூஷனான ஒரு இன்வெஸ்டர் மீட் நடத்துது, அதுக்கு தமிழக முதல்வருக்கும் இந்த மேடைக்கும் ரொம்ப நன்றிகள். நேற்று ஒரு செய்தி எனக்கு ரொம்ப மகிழ்ச்சியாக இருந்தது. இங்கே வரதுக்கு முன்னாடி கோத்ரேஜ் நிறுவனத்தோடைய லைட் ஹவுஸ் ப்ராஜெக்டாக நேற்று ஒரு நம்மளோட ஒப்பந்தம் ஒன்று பண்ணியிருக்கிறோம். நிறைய பேருக்கு பேப்பரில் தெரியும். அதெல்லாம் 5% எல்ஜிபிடி கம்யூனிட்டி கொடுக்கணும் அப்படின்ற ஒரு மிகப்பெரிய ஒரு விஷயத்தை வந்து தமிழ்நாடு பண்ணியிருக்குது. அதில் அவங்க சொன்ன ஒரு விஷயம் என்னென்னா, இது வரைக்கும் எந்த கவர்மெண்ட்டும் இப்படி இன்சைட் பண்ணதில்லை, ஆனால் நீங்கள் முதல்ல பண்ணியிருக்கிறீங்க அப்படின்னு சொல்லிட்டு அந்த நன்றியோடு நான் இங்கே பேசுகிறேன். என்னோட பேர் பிரியா பாபு, நான் மதுரையிலேருந்து வரேன். டிரான்ஸ் பப்ளிகேஷன் அப்படின்ற, நான் தமிழில் தான் பேசுகிறேன். டிரான்ஸ் பப்ளிகேஷன் அப்படின்ற ஒரு பப்ளிகேஷனை ஸ்டார்ட் பண்ணேன். இந்த பப்ளிகேஷன் மூலமாக கிட்டத்தட்ட ஒரு 2 வருஷமாக நிறைய திருநங்கைகள் சார்பான புக்குகளை பப்ளிஷ் பண்ணி நாங்கள் சேல்ஸ் பண்ணிகிட்ருக்குறோம். ஒரே ஒரு ரீசன் தான் என்னென்னா, என்னுடைய அப்பா சார்ட்டர்ட் அக்கௌண்டன்டாக இருந்தார். 2 பிரதர்ஸும் ஃபிலிம் லைனில் இருந்தாங்க. ஆனால் அப்படி இருந்தும் ஒரு 12th மேலே என்னால் படிக்க முடியல. பிகாஸ் ஆஃப் என்னோட ஜெண்டர் சேஞ்சினால ஸ்கூலில் இன்க்ளூஷன் இல்லை அப்படின்றதுனால நான் நிறைய கேலி கிண்டலுக்கு ஆனானேன். ஒரு ட்ராப் அவுட்டோட வழி என்ன அப்படின்றத எனக்கு நான் ஃபீல் ஆனேன் ஒவ்வொரு டைமும். ஏன்னா வழக்கமாக எல்லா திருநங்கைகளுக்கும் இருக்கக்கூடிய அதே பெக்கிங், செக்ஸ் ஒர்க், டான்ஸிங் இந்த மாதிரியான லைனில் தான் என் லைஃப் இருந்தது. ஒரு ட்ராப் அவுட் சில்ட்ரன் ஒரு சொசைட்டியிலேருந்து ஃபேமிலியிலேருந்து ஆனாங்க அப்படின்னா ஒரு ரூபாய்க்கும் கையேந்திர வழி எனக்கு தெரிஞ்சுது. அப்போ எங்கே நான் விழுந்தோனோ அங்கே தான் எந்திரிக்கணும். எனக்கு என்னோடய படிப்பு அப்படின்ற ஒரு விஷயத்தில் நான் விழுந்தேன். அந்த படிப்புலேருந்து மேலே எழுகணும் அப்படின்னா என்னை பற்றி இந்த சமூகம் படிக்கணும். என்னை பற்றி படிக்கணும்னா என் சமூகத்தை பற்றி படிக்கணும் அப்படின்ற ஒரே நோக்கத்தோட டிரான்ஜெண்டர் ரிசோர்ஸ் சென்டர் அப்படின்ற ஒரு நிறுவனத்தை நம்மளுடைய மதுரையில் ஆரம்பித்து இந்தியாவோட ஃபர்ஸ்ட் டிரான்ஸ் லைப்ரரியை நாங்கள் ரன் பண்ணிகிட்டு இருக்கோம். கிட்டத்தட்ட ஒரு 300க்கும் அதிகமான திருநங்கைகள் சார்பான நூல்கள் இருக்குது, ஆர்டிகல்ஸ் இருக்குது, ரிசர்ச் பப்ளிகேஷன்ஸ் இருக்குது. ஒவ்வொரு ஆண்டும் கிட்டத்தட்ட ஒரு 50 மாணவர்களுக்கு வந்து நாங்கள் இண்டஸ்ட்ரியல் ஃபீல்ட் விசிட் ஃப்ரீயாக கொடுக்குறோம். அது தவிர ரிசர்ச் ஸ்காலர்ஸ் எங்களுக்கு வராங்க. ஸோ இது எங்கெல்லாம் படிக்கலையோ அங்கெல்லாம் நான் படிக்கணும்னு ஆசைப்பட்டோம். அதோட ஒரு தாட்டாக தான் ட்ரான்ஸ் பப்ளிகேஷன் பண்ணி இது வரைக்கும் கிட்டத்தட்ட ஒரு 4 புக்குகளை வந்து நாங்கள் பப்ளிஷ் பண்ணியிருக்கிறோம். மற்ற பப்ளிஷோட புக்ஸையும் கொண்டு போயிருக்கிறோம். இன்றைக்கி ஒவ்வொரு கல்லூரிகளுக்குள்ளேயும் எங்களுடைய நூல்கள் இருக்குது, பல வீடுகளுக்கு எங்களுடைய நூல்கள் இருக்குன்ற ஒரு பெரிய மகிழ்ச்சியோட.
Some of them born with this ability, but you have a drive, right? We will help you. So Ashok Kandan, we have a person, he is never been to school. அவருக்கு வந்து ஒரு கை மூவ் ஆகும், ஒரு கழுத்து மூவ் ஆகும், nothing else moves. But today he runs a 5 crore company, right? Supported by, Native Lead Foundation. So இந்த மாதிரி, right? வந்துருச்சுன்னு அதை பற்றி வருந்துக்கிட்டே இருக்காமல் அந்த பிரச்சனையை அப்படியே தலைகீழா மாற்றி how can you do that? That's what Swarnalatha has done. A fantastic job, motivating differently able people across the country of the ailment that, she was diagnosed 15 years back. Like last 12 years, he changed that in ailment and started addressing and helping people, running a fantastic center in Coimbatore with almost supporting 2,000 people. She recently did amazing work, Swarnalatha, with
people call us with different names. They call us physically challenged, Divyang, differently abled and special. I'm here to tell the whole world that I'm not just special, I'm limited edition. And I might have limitations, but there are infinite possibilities. I'm not special because of my disability, but because of my ability to convert every adversity into an opportunity. So when I got diagnosed with multiple sclerosis 15 years ago, the disease forced me to confront depression, dejection, rejection, fear, anxiety, embarrassment, shame, and every negative emotion. But I also realized the infinite possibilities and abilities that I might have limitations, but the limitations are only limited to the body, not to the mind. So Guru, my husband, and I started Swarga Foundation 9 years back. So we wanted to address each and every problem that we were facing on a daily basis, like accessibility, especially infrastructure and travel solutions, rehabilitation, counseling and parasports. So we are working in these areas. Like sir said, we have taken support from the government and especially corporates to make all the police stations friendly for not just wheelchair users, but also for senior citizens, pregnant women, hearing and speech impaired, visually impaired. So these are the, and we started India's first travel solution taxi service called Sarathi, which comes with a ramp, toilet, sofa cum bed, television, hot water, and so many other facilities so that people like us can travel with dignity, comfort and safety. After seeing our first prototype, we've got support from many corporates as through their CSR, and now we have 4 vans in our fleet. Today the 2 vans have been booked by government of Goa. So because there's only such service in India, so the demand is so high and government is really supporting. And the clinic that we have established, it's a comprehensive rehabilitation center. We are providing physiotherapy, occupational therapy and counseling services. So we are seeing almost 2,000 patients every month free of cost, and the place is provided by the government of Tamil Nadu. So we have at every stage started working with the government and corporates as well, which is making our project sustainable. And recently, of course, we have got about more than 40 awards from the government, from various organizations. The latest one was from the government of India. The President of India last month awarded me Divyang, Sarvashreshth Divyangjan Award. Thank you, sir.
Sure, great, sir. So this is what, any ailment, just don't sit at home, just start worrying about, that's what happened and all, but you can just stare at that ailment and completely transform yourself and everybody who will be facing the similar problem. So that's a great thing that what she has done. I'm very glad, right? We have the stage with the ramp as well. So this is what organizations across the country are now adapting to the changes about the diversity part, right? We have to celebrate the diversity, because if everyone have a different ability, we need to be able to change that, absorb that ability as well, so that contribution from every part of the society is part of the growth of the state, right? So we'll just now move to the, the SCST fund. We heard about Dicky. It's a fantastic initiative, sir. Is able to create an opportunity for them, right? So one is about other set of people keep telling that this is a marginalized community, I'm going to tell them what to do and all that stuff, but can we give them the ownership? That's what I'm very, very glad that when the SCST fund was launched, I'm part of the committee. So we moved very, very far. There are two kind of entrepreneurs that we have seen. There's one is what I call is the old economy. There's the other one, here is a new economy. What is the old economy, right? In Bangalore, there is a shop, UB City, right? Very, very expensive shops are there. There is a shop called Yadro, right? It's a Spanish-based company. ஒரு பிள்ளையார் சிலை, ஒரு கணேஷா சிலை வந்து 14 லட்ச ரூபா. ஒரு பிள்ளையார் சிலை 14 லட்ச ரூபா, ரைட்? நம்ம பிள்ளையார் சிலைத்துக்கு போய் ரோட்டில் அப்படி களிமண் அப்படி போட்டு கொடுத்து ஒரு 50 ரூபாய்க்கு வாங்கிட்டு வந்துடலாம். அவர்கிட்ட போய் என்ன அது ஒரு பிள்ளையார் வந்து 14 லட்சம் அப்படின்னா இது வந்து இட்டாலியன் ஸ்பானிஷ் கிராஃப்ட்மேன்ஷிப். இட் டேக்ஸ் லாட் ஆஃப் டைம் டு மேக் இட். ஒரு மாதமாக எங்கள் ஆர்டிஸ்டன் உட்காந்து பண்ணுறாரு. ஸோ தட்ஸ் த ஓல்ட் எக்கானமி ஸ்டில் சர்வைவ்ஸ். So there is an opportunity from crafts and all those things, what is happening in the tribal belt, taking to the world. So this is an initiative, like for example, I have a QR code in this, right? So now if this is made in this Meghalaya or Todas in Ooty, so this QR code you scan, it will tell you that where it is made, who made it, and even give the carbon credit back to them. So there's people live in old economy. There is a great opportunity. We heard from Solomon that today US GDP is almost 7 times more than India. But their per capita emission, that they, how much carbon dioxide, how much greenhouse gases they're emitting is around 6 times more than India. If carbon is the new gold, who is rich, right? So that Elon Musk makes $1 billion selling a carbon credit. So what about tribals who are living in the hills without any of these consumption patterns, right? So this is what the ability is about, taking this strength to the world, right? We are working with Co-optex to put the QR code so that the weaver, the work is, you know that where it is come from. If it is Kanjipuram, it is really Kanjipuram or China, right? Who made it? How many hours that put that? So every loom has a device that can understand this one and do that. That's the old economy, right? So that is about, you know, having him coming out and saying that this is the strength of my village. This is the strength of my hill. How can I take it to the world level? So the other kind, what we see, people come out of that and then they studied and launching this fantastic company. We were in a last panel. There's a person working, you know, PhD in Indian Institute of Science, or he's making a product that can go in part of the satellite. So that is about the inclusive growth. While we are talking about the SCSTs, but this both side of the angle that we are talking. ஸோ இவர் வந்து என்ன பண்ணுறாரு, லேண்டானான்னு ஒரு இது செடி வளர்ந்துக்கிட்டு இருக்கு. இது வந்து பயங்கர இன்வேசிவ். அது வளர்ந்துச்சுன்னா பக்கத்தில் எதே வளர விடாது, ரைட்? அது ஃபுல்லாக கவர் ஆகிட்டுருக்கும். இந்த லாட் ஆஃப் இனிஷியேட்டிவ்ஸ் ஹேப்பனிங் ஆன் லேண்டானா. நம்ம கருவேலம் பற்றி நல்லா தெரியும். கருவேலம் வந்து நிலத்தில் விளையிறது. இந்த லேண்டானா ரொம்ப ஃபாரஸ்ட்டுக்குள்ளே போயிடுச்சு. இதில் ரெண்டு மூணு ஐடியா பண்ணலாம் அந்த லேண்டானா வச்சு. ஒன்று வந்து இஃப் யூ சீன் இந்த பெங்களூர் ஏர்போர்ட் இப்போ ரீசெண்டாக போயிருந்தீங்கன்னா ஒரு பெரிய யானை இருக்கும். அந்த யானை வந்து ஒரு யானை 10 லட்ச ரூபா. ஸோ இந்த லாண்டானா எலிஃபென்ட்ஸ் நவ் இன் பக்கிங்ஹாம் பேலஸ், த queen, the king of London, like that one. So there are many, yes, there are many elephants are made in Ooty going to UK now. So this is about the old economy, right? Taking this, what is the strength of that particular SCST fund la vandu very important thing I have noticed in the last 1 year supporting them, or there will be an NGO taking the money for them, but they were very happy, said you engala nambi engalta kaas koduthukinga, we will ensure that this enterprise will be successful. So thanks to the Tamil Nadu government to make that commitment, right? Instead of creating another entity that I'm going to do a SCST welfare board, இவர் வந்து ஃப்ரம் த கம்யூனிட்டி கிராஃப்ட்ஸில் ஒர்க் பண்ணிகிட்டு இருந்தார். இப்போ அதே லேண்டானா வச்சு என்ன பண்ணுறாரு சொல்லுங்கள் சார்.
அனைவருக்கும் வணக்கம். என் பேர் சிறு வடிவேல். நான் வந்து ஒரு ட்ரைபல் ஊராளின்னு சொல்லிட்டு ஒரு ட்ரைபு. நாங்கள் வந்து சத்தியமங்கலம் சொல்லிட்டு ஒரு டைகர் அதை வந்து ஒரு எரிபொருளாக மாற்றி ஃபேக்ட்ரி கொடுக்கலாம் அப்படின்னு சொல்லிட்டு ஒரு ஐடியா வந்தது. இப்போ அதை வச்சு தான் நம்ம இங்கே நம்ம தமிழ்நாடு கவர்மெண்ட் மூலியமாக ஸ்டார்ட் அப் வாங்கி இப்போ அந்த லேண்டனாமே முழுக்க ரிமூவ் பண்ணி வேரோடு எடுத்து அதை பவுட்ரு பண்ணி அதை பிரிக்கெட்டாக மாற்றி ஃபேக்ட்ரி கொடுத்துட்ருக்கோம். அதாவது இப்போ ஃபேக்ட்ரின்னு பார்த்தீங்கன்னா டையிங் இண்டஸ்ட்ரி, டீ ஃபேக்ட்ரி, பாய்லர் இண்டஸ்ட்ரி இதுக்கெல்லாமே கொடுத்துட்ருக்கோம். இன்னொன்று வந்து நாங்கள் நம்ம மக்களை பார்த்தீங்கன்னா இப்போது நம்ம சத்தியமங்கலா எடுத்துட்டாலே வீரப்பன் பிரச்சனை நடந்த ஏரியா. அப்போது என்னாச்சுன்னா மக்கள் எல்லாமே வெளியே போயிட்டாங்க. வெளியே போய் அங்கங்கே வேலை செய்யறதுக்கு ஆரம்பிச்சிட்டாங்க. அந்த பசங்களுடைய படிப்பு வந்து வீணாக போக ஆரம்பிச்சிருச்சு. அப்போது அவங்களுக்கு இங்கே என்ன வாழ்வாதாரம் ஏற்படுத்தி கொடுக்க முடியும்னு பார்க்கும்போது இந்த லேண்டனை வந்து ஒரு நல்ல ஆப்ஷனாக இருந்தது. இந்த லேண்டனை இப்போது ஸ்டார்ட் அப் நம்ம தொடங்குனதுலேருந்து கிட்டத்தட்ட நம்ம ஒரு 500லேருந்து 1000 மக்களுக்கு இந்த வேலை வாய்ப்பை கொடுத்துட்ருக்கோம். ஸோ இதுவே ஒரு மிகப்பெரிய டாஸ்க்கு. நம்ம தமிழ்நாடு கவர்மெண்ட் எங்களை நம்பி கொடுத்துருக்கு. நாங்கள் நல்லா செஞ்சு காட்டுவோம்னு நம்புகிறோம். நன்றி, வணக்கம்.
ரொம்ப தேங்க்ஸ், வெரி குட். ஸோ அடுத்து வந்து தட்ஸ் ஓல்ட் எக்கானமி, ரைட்? அந்த ஊர்லேயே இருக்காரு. ஸோ தட் இஸ் அ வெரி இம்பார்ட்டன்ட் பார்ட் அபவுட் த இன்க்ளூசிவ் growth, right? People should be able to live wherever they are, bring the resources to them. That's, you know, that is where the growth will be possible. Illati Chennai 70% of the people are migrated from elsewhere, right? If this continues, the slums is going to increase and the growth is going to be hampered. But many of the villages in the states are empty. So that's what this SC/ST fund is. One of the goal is about. This committee went on chasing for people in these villages, empowering them, right? அவர் வந்து இந்த கிராஃப்ட்ஸுக்கு போயிட்டாரு, நிறைய பேர் வெளியே போயிட்டாங்க. இப்போ வந்து நிறைய பேர் கம்மிங் பேக் டு சே தட் ஓகே, இந்த மாதிரி ஒரு எங்கள் ஊர்லேயே இருந்துக்கிட்டு நான் வந்து நல்லா வாழணும் அப்படின்னு நினச்சா பண்ணுறதுக்கு ஆப்பர்ச்சுனிட்டி இருந்தேன்னா nobody wants to migrate, right? So that's a great proof that எப்படி அங்கே ஊரில் உள்ள ஒரு பிரச்சனை எடுத்து அவர் எப்படி சால்வ் பண்ணுறாரு, how government is supporting, that's a great example. இவர் வந்து நியூ எக்கானமி, ரைட்? அதே யூபிசிட்டியில் போனீங்கன்னா அந்த 14 லட்ச ரூபாய்க்கு ஒரு கணேஷா விற்கிது, பக்கத்து கடை வந்து இமேஜின் ஆப்பிள், ரைட்? 14 லட்ச ரூபா ஒரு கம்ப்யூட்டர். So that is what the possibility as well, that both should coexist, right? So that is the way that growth is possible. So அந்த மாதிரி தான் இவர் வந்து the SEC fund மூலமாக சப்போர்ட் பண்ணியிருக்காங்க. The SCST also another scheme is that around 35% subsidy is there at 6% of the interest for people who want to start ventures as well. Toman is another person supported by this fund. So நீங்கள் என்ன பண்ணுறீங்கன்னு சொல்லுங்கள்.
எல்லாருக்கும் வணக்கம். I respectfully remember பாபா சாஹேப் அம்பேத்கர் now. ஏன்னா கிட்டத்தட்ட இந்த மாதிரி ஒரு மேடையில் அவருடைய ஞாபகம் வந்து ரொம்ப நிறையவே இருக்குது கிட்டத்தட்ட. ஏன்னா இந்த பேனல் டிஸ்கஷனுக்கு என்னை செலக்ட் பண்ணியிருக்காங்கன்னு சொல்லும் போதிலேருந்து எனக்கு அந்த தாட் வந்துச்சு. ஏன்னா நான் கல்வி காலங்கள்லேருந்து இப்போ வரைக்குமே நான் எங்கே போனாலும் என்னை சுற்றி இருக்கிற அந்த ஒரு வார்த்தை வந்து அந்த வைப் வந்து எப்பவுமே இருந்துகிட்ருக்கு. அதை தாண்டி ஒரு 10 வருடம் வந்து நான் ஆட்டோமொபைல் துறையில் பல்வேறு கம்பெனிஸில் வந்து ஒர்க் பண்ணியிருக்கேன். ஒரு கம்பெனி ஆரம்பிக்கணும் அப்படின்ற தாட் வந்து பார்த்திங்கன்னா 2015 வந்து சென்னை ஃப்ளட்டில் வந்து நான் வந்து ஒரு ப்ராஜெக்ட் லீடாக இருந்தேன். ஐ வாஸ் அ ப்ராஜெக்ட் லீட். வெஹிக்கிளை வந்து ரெஸ்கியூ பண்ணணும் அப்படின்னு சொல்லிட்டு கிட்டத்தட்ட ஒரு 5000 to 6000 வெஹிக்கிள் வந்து நாங்கள் ரெஸ்கியூ பண்ணோம். அப்போது இருந்த சூழலில் வந்து ஏன் வந்து ஒரு டோயிங் ஆப்ஷன்ஸு, ஏன் வெஹிக்கிள் வந்து பிரேக் டவுன் ஆகுது, இந்த மாதிரியான ஒரு துறையில் ஏன் நம்மளால் இந்த மாதிரி ஒரு ஸ்டார்ட் அப்ஸ் லெவலில் ஏன் திங்க் பண்ணக்கூடாதுன்னு யோசிச்சுருந்தேன் அப்போது. பட் அப்போ வந்து ரொம்ப இயர்லியாக இருந்ததுனால கிட்டத்தட்ட ஒரு ஆஃப்டர் 6-7 years ஆஃப் ஸ்டடிக்கு அப்புறம் இங்கே உள்ள புறச்சூழலும் எனக்கு சாதகமாக அமைஞ்சதுனால 2021 டோமேன் சொல்லிட்டு என்னுடைய ஸ்டார்ட் அப் கம்பெனி ஆரம்பித்து கிட்டத்தட்ட ஒரு 6 மாத காலகட்டத்திலே வந்து கார்ப்பரேட் எக்ஸ்போஜர் இருந்த அந்த பின்புலத்தை வச்சுக்கிட்டு ஒரு கட்டம் வரைக்கும் தான் என்னால் அதை கொண்டு வர முடிஞ்சுது. ஏற்கனவே இருந்த சப்போர்ட்டிங் சிஸ்டம் எனக்கு எல்லாமே கொஞ்சம் கொஞ்சமாக டைலூட் ஆகிட்டு ஒரு இடத்துக்கு வந்துச்சு. அந்த சமயத்தில் தான் நான் வந்து ஸ்டார்ட் அப் டீனை அணுகுனேன். எனக்கு இந்த மாதிரி ஒரு கான்செப்ட் இருக்குது, எனக்கு சப்போர்ட் பண்ணுங்கன்னு சொல்லிட்டு இமீடியட்டாக அவங்க தான் வந்து இதை லிஃப்ட் பண்ணி என்னை வந்து இந்த கான்செப்டை கொண்டு போங்கன்னு சொல்லிட்டு வந்தாங்க. கிட்டத்தட்ட ஒரு ஓராண்டு காலத்திலே வந்து பார்த்திங்கன்னா நான் எந்தெந்த கதவுகள்லாம் திறக்காதுன்னு நினச்சினோ அதெல்லாம் வந்து ரொம்ப சுலபமாக எனக்கு திறக்கிறதுக்கான வழியை வந்து ஏற்படுத்தி கொடுத்தாங்க. அது என்னென்னா இந்த மாதிரியான ஒரு 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 அரசியல் சூழலோ ஒரு இந்த மாதிரியான ஒரு புறச்சூழல் எனக்கு அமையலைன்னா என்ன மாதிரியான ஆளுங்களுக்கு வந்து ஒரு கம்பெனி ஆரம்பிக்கின்ற எண்ணமே வந்திருக்காது. அந்த எண்ணத்தை விதைச்ச ஒரு நோக்கத்துக்காகவே வந்து பார்த்திங்கன்னா எவ்வளோக்கு வேணாலும் தமிழக அரசுக்கும் ஸ்டார்ட் அப் டீனுக்கும் தேங்க் பண்ணலாம். இப்போ வந்து பார்த்திங்கன்னா சென்னையில் ஆரம்பித்தோம் அண்ட் கோயம்புத்தூர், மதுரை, திருச்சி, பாண்டிச்சேரின்னு சொல்லிட்டு எங்களுடைய பைலட்டை வந்து கொஞ்சம் கொஞ்சமாக கொண்டு போயிட்டு இப்போ போயிட்டுருக்கோம். அண்ட் வி ஆல்சோ ஸ்டார்டட் இன் பெங்களூர் அண்ட் ஹைதராபாத் ஆல்சோ. வெரி சூன் ஒரு ஓலா, ஊபர் மாதிரி, ஸ்விக்கி, ஜொமேட்டோ மாதிரி நம்ம வந்து ஒரு பிரேக் டவுன் அசிஸ்டன்ஸ்க்கான ஒரு 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 எக்ஸ்க்ளூசிவ் ஒரு கம்பெனியாக வந்து டோமேன் வந்து வளர்ந்து நிற்கும். அதுக்கான வேலையை வந்து பண்ணிகிட்ருக்கோம். தேங்க்யூ ஸோ மச்.
So other important part in that one is about women entrepreneurship, right? So we say that the women workforce in India is relatively low. If women contributes more towards the workforce, our GDP can go another 2 to 3%. So this, with that angle is what there is quite a bit of focus happening in women focus. I think namala நிறையா கிரே ஏர் வச்சுருக்கவங்களாம் தெரியும் 20 years 30 years பேக் எப்படி இந்த நெல் போட்டாங்க பொம்பளை பிள்ளைங்களுக்கு அதை மாறி இன்றைக்கியோட டேட்டா வந்து தமிழ்நாடு இஸ் ஒன் ஆஃப் த பெஸ்ட் இன் டர்ம்ஸ் ஆஃப் ஃபீமேல் மேல் ரேஷியோ 996 females, right, for 1,000 males is there, right? So this is what this growth is fantastic about, adapting about women child, and how do we support them, right? More than 50% of the startup registered with Startup India is from women entrepreneurs. So thank you very much to all the women in the state. Take that forward. I think this will really help us to do that. So we represent that women entrepreneurship represented by Archana. So Archana is doing two things, right? One is about person from women starting this company, taking that forward. At the same time, as I mentioned about social business, right? எப்படி லோ இன்கம் ஃபேமிலிட்டேருந்து ஒரு ப்ராடக்ட் ஆர் சர்வீஸ் எடுத்து அதை கொண்டு போய் அவங்களுக்கு ஹெல்ப் பண்ணுறது. ஸோ நம்பர் ஒன் எம்ப்ளாய்மெண்ட் இன் த கண்ட்ரி இஸ் அக்ரிகல்ச்சர், and that's the one contributing very less to the GDP because the price what they are getting is very, very less. We saw the presentation by the professor as well, that input costs are more, but the price is the problem. So that's the problem she's solving. She's claiming that almost average farmer is making net profit of 18,000 rupees of the 250 farmer they're working with. So Archana, tell about being a women entrepreneur in Tamil Nadu. And there is a scheme also just starting about women accelerator programs is getting started. So anything about both angle you are trying, right, from the farmer side plus the women entrepreneur side.
எல்லாருக்கும் வணக்கம். Thanks for the opportunity and this curated panel, ரொம்ப இன்ட்ரெஸ்டிங்கான பேனல். ஸோ என்னை பொறுத்த வரைக்கும் ஆக்சுவலாக விமெனுக்கு வந்து நம்ம சின்னதில் பார்த்துருப்போம், எல்லாருக்குமே திறமை இருக்கும், பட் பிரச்சனை வந்து சாய்ஸ் இருக்காது. என்ன படிக்கணும், என்ன வேலைக்கு போகணும், இல்லை கல்யாணம் பண்ணுறது கூட யாரை பண்ணணுன்றது சாய்ஸ் இல்லாமல் போகிறதா பெரிய ப்ராப்ளமாக இருக்குது. 20 years பிஃபோர் வேறு சுச்சுவேஷன், இன்றைக்கி ரொம்ப வெல்கமிங்காக இருக்குது. அதனால தான் ஒரு ஃபர்ஸ்ட் ஜெனரேஷன் ஆண்டர்ப்ரனராக என்னால் இவ்வளோ பேர் தெரிஞ்சுக்க முடியுது. நிறைய மென்டர்ஸ் அலாங் த ஜேர்னியில் இருந்திருக்காங்க. ஸோ என் ஸ்டோரி பார்த்தீங்கன்னா, நான் வந்து கிராமத்தில் பிறந்தேன், ஆனால் வளர்ந்தது சென்னை. ப்ரிவிலேஜ் டு ஆக்சுவலி ஸ்டடி இன் த பெஸ்ட் காலேஜ், அண்ணா யூனிவர்சிட்டி கேம்பஸ். ஆனால் எஜுகேஷன் வித்தவுட் பர்பஸ் நமக்கு யூஸ் இல்லை. ஏதோ ஒரு பாயிண்டில் வந்து எதை தேடி ஓடுறோம் அப்படின்ற ஒரு கேள்வி வந்து டிசிஸ்லாம் வேலை பார்த்தேன். 8 years பேக் நானும் என் ஹஸ்பண்டும் வேலையெல்லாம் விட்டுட்டு கிராமத்துக்கு போயிட்டோம். நம்ம எல்லோரும் மைக்ரேஷன் பற்றி பேசினோம். நாங்கள் சிட்டிலேருந்து திரும்பி கிராமத்துக்கு போயிட்டோம், போய் இயற்கை விவசாயம் செய்ய ஆரம்பித்தோம். ஸோ இன்றைக்கி we are proud that we are farmers first. தேங்க்ஸ். ஸோ விவசாயம் செய்ய ஆரம்பித்தப்போ தான் தெரிஞ்சது 10,000 ரூபா சம்பாதிக்கிறது எவ்வளோ கஷ்டம்னு. விவசாயம் செய்கிறதே கஷ்டம். ஏன்னா ஆல்ரெடி எங்களை லூஸாக பார்த்துட்ருக்காங்க, மூளை இல்லையா, எல்லோரும் யூஎஸ் போயிட்டுருக்காங்க, இவங்க என்ன பண்ணிகிட்ருக்காங்கன்னு. ஸோ அங்கே போன பிறகு தான் இன்னொரு விஷயம் புரிஞ்சது, நம்ம சாப்பிட்றது எவ்வளோ விஷம் இருக்குன்னு. ஸோ நஞ்சலா உணவுங்கிறது ஒரு லக்ஸுரி இன்றைக்கி. ஸோ ஃப்யூச்சர் ஜெனரேஷன், அதுவும் அடுத்தது 40 வயசுக்குள்ளே யாருக்கும் விவசாயம் தெரியல. அண்ட் விமென் பார்த்திங்கன்னா அங்கே வந்து ரொம்பவே டிஸ்ட்ரெஸ்ட். நிறைய பேர் விமென் தான் ஃபேமிலி ரன் பண்ணிகிட்டு இருப்பாங்க, அது ட்ரங்கட் ஹஸ்பண்டாக தான் பெரும்பாலும் இருப்பாங்க. ஸோ எக்கச்சக்க பிரச்சனை இருக்கிறப்போ இட் இஸ் வெரி இன்ட்ரெஸ்டிங் பட் வெரி சேலஞ்சிங். அதுதான் நாங்கள் வந்து மை ஹார்வெஸ்ட் ஃபார்ம்ஸ் அப்படிங்கிற ஒரு வெஞ்சர் ஸ்டார்ட் பண்ணிவிட்டு இன்றைக்கி ஒரு 10 கிராமங்களில் 10 டிஸ்ட்ரிக்டில் 280 ஃபார்மர்ஸ் மேலே இருக்கும். எல்லாருமே வந்து பார்த்து அக்கறையாக எக்ஸ்ட்ரா எஃபர்ட் போட்டு இயற்கை விவசாயம் தான் பண்ணிகிட்ருக்காங்க. அண்ட் சென்னையில் ஒரு 8000 குடும்பங்களுக்கு ஹோம் டெலிவரி பண்ண முடியுது. ஸோ இனிஷியேட்டிவ் தேங்க்ஸ். ஆனால் இது எல்லாமே நடக்கிறதுக்கு பின்னாடி பார்த்தீங்கன்னா, தமிழ்நாடு இப்போ வந்து ஒரு விமென் ஒரு பிஸ்னஸ் பண்ணுறதுக்கு இந்த ஈகோசிஸ்டம் நல்லாவே பில்ட் பண்ணியிருக்காங்க. நீங்கள் இப்போ நான் வந்து 2012 முதல்ல டை சென்னைன்னு ஒரு ஆர்கனைசேஷனில் வந்து லேர்ன் பண்ணலான்னு சொல்லி ஸ்டார்ட் பண்ணேன். ஆனால் இன்றைக்கி பார்த்திங்கன்னா எக்கச்சக்க ஃபோரம்ஸ் இருக்குது. த பெஸ்ட் டைம் டு ஸ்டார்ட் பிஸ்னஸ் ஃபார் எனிபடி இஸ் நவ். அண்ட் ஃபார் விமென் ஐ திங்க் இஃப் யூ டோன்ட் டூ இட் நவ், ஏன்னா எவ்வளோ ஸ்கீம்ஸ் இருக்குது. இல்லை பேங்க்ஸ்லேயும் பார்த்திங்கன்னா இட்ஸ் எ ஸ்பெஷல் ப்ரிவிலேஜ் இஃப் யூ ஆர் அ விமென். அண்ட் நிறைய விமென் ப்ரனர்ஸ் இருக்காங்க. அந்த வேலைக்கு போயிட்டு பிரேக் எடுக்கிறோம் இல்லையா, அந்த சைல்டுக்காக பிரேக் எடுக்கிறப்ப எக்கச்சக்க மாம் ப்ரனர்ஸ் வந்துட்டுருக்காங்க டுடே. ஸோ இஃப் யூ ஆர் அ விமென், உங்களுக்கு ஐடியா இருக்குன்னா ஐ திங்க் ஃபஸ்ட்டு நீங்கள் அந்த சாய்ஸ் எனக்கு இருக்குங்கிறத வெளியில் சொல்ல ஆரம்பிங்க. ஏன்னா the world suffers because of the silence of the good people. சைலண்ட்டாக இருக்காதீங்க. We'll see more in the next இது. But I think women entrepreneurship is definitely changing the society and I'm happy representing it.
Awesome, great. So she was one of our early employees of Native Lead. So when Native Lead started with to promote rural entrepreneurship, right, tier 2, tier 3 towns, I think I'm very glad. I think she went on to take on the dream of entrepreneurship. So now this women entrepreneur, for example, right, there is no expiry date for women's dream, right? Only you are setting it. We have seen across the country there is
quite a bit of women coming forward, especially in places like Tamil Nadu. We have some more time. Any questions? Like we'll take maybe 2 questions while we are talking about. So while probably getting the mic or getting people started. So we'll have one question for Priya. So the point about the people who are right today compared to the earlier days, this is about coming out is one problem, right? After coming out, livelihood is the second problem. So what would you tell to people who are still hiding, right? They're not part of your thing. So we have around thousands of people registered with the Tirunangaigal, but how can you, what the message you can send it to them so that they are able to come forward freely, to be clear that don't be stigma, don't be afraid. அதை பற்றி பயப்படாமல் வெளியே வந்து நான் இதுதான் அப்படின்றதுக்கு என்ன மாதிரி மெசேஜ் சொல்லும்?
ஆக்சுவலாக என்னென்னா நிறைய திருநங்கைகள் திருநம்பிகளோட ஒர்க் பண்ணுறோம், எல்ஜிபிடி கூட ஒர்க் பண்ணுறோம். நிறைய பேருக்கு வேலை பார்க்கணும் அப்படின்னு ஒரு ஆசை இருக்குது. இது சொல்ல மாதிரி ஆப்பர்ச்சுனிட்டி யார் கொடுப்பாங்கன்ற ஒரு பயம், அதுதான் யார் தருவாங்க அப்படின்னு. இன்னொன்று இன்க்ளூஷனான ஒரு என்விரான்மெண்ட் இருக்குமா அப்படின்ற ஒரு பெரிய பயம் இருந்துகிட்டே இருக்குது. அதுதான் நம்ம எதிர்பார்க்குறோம். ஏன்னா ஒரு நேற்று கூட பார்த்திங்கன்னா இங்கே ஒரு டாய்லெட் பற்றி கீழம்பாக்கம்ல அந்த இதில் வந்து ஒரு தனியாக ஒரு டாய்லெட்டாக நம்ம வந்து ஒரு க்ரியேட் பண்ணியிருக்கோம். ஸோ இந்த மாதிரியான எதெல்லாம் இன்க்ளூஷனாக நம்ம பண்ண முடியும் அப்படின்றது ஒரு விஷயம் இருக்குது. இன்னொன்று அந்த எம்ப்ளாயிக்கு வந்து ஒரு நிறைய பேர் சொல்லுவாங்க, நான் டிரான்ஜெண்டருக்கு ஜாப் தரேன் ஆனால் அவங்க வரமாட்டேன்றாங்க. அந்த என்விரான்மெண்ட்டை நம்ம எவ்வளோ தூரம் கிரியேட் பண்ணியிருக்கிறோம் அப்படின்றது பெரிய இது. ஏன்னா அந்த கூட இருக்கிற ஸ்டாஃப்ஸ் எவ்வளோ தூரம் நம்ம வந்து நம்மளோட கோஆப்ரேட் பண்ணுறாங்க. நான் இங்கே நிறைய கம்பெனியில் நான் ஒர்க் பண்ணிட்டு தான் நான் வெளியில் வந்து அதுக்கப்புறம் தான் ஓன் ஆர்கனைசேஷன் ஸ்டார்ட் பண்ணேன். இன்றைக்கி நான் ஒரு இன்டர்நேஷனல் ஏஜென்சியில் ரீஜனல் ப்ரோக்ராம் மேனேஜராக ஒர்க் பண்ணிட்டு இருக்கிறேன். அந்த இன்க்ளூஷன் வந்து நமக்கு மட்டும் இல்லை, நான் ஒரு கம்பெனியில் கூட எம்டி எனக்கு இன்க்ளூஷன் இருக்குப்பா, நான் டிரான்ஜெண்டரை புரிஞ்சுக்கிட்டேன், நான் ஜாப் தரேன்றது பெரிய விஷயம் இல்லை. அந்த ஸ்டாஃப்ஸுக்கு ஸ்டாஃப்ஸுக்கு நம்ம அந்த அவேர்னஸை கொடுத்துருக்குறோமா அப்படின்ற ஒரு பெரிய விஷயம். அது இருந்தால் மட்டும்தான் இந்த விஷயம் சாத்தியமாக. ஒன்று. இன்னொன்று ரொம்ப முக்கியமாக என்னென்னா, இந்த டிரான்ஜெண்டரிசம் அப்படின்றது அந்த டிரான்ஜெண்டர் அந்த டிரான்சாக்ஷனாக இருக்கலாம், எல்ஜிபிடிக்யூவாக இருக்கலாம், யார் வேணால் எப்போ வேணால் அவங்களோட ஐடென்டிட்டி ஓப்பன் பண்ணலாம். ஆனால் அதுக்கு பீப்புளோட மைண்ட் வந்து ரொம்ப ஓப்பனாக இருக்கணும். அதுதான் ரொம்ப முக்கியம். ஏன்னா இங்கே நம்ம கடவுளை 3ஆக பார்க்குறோம், எழுத்தை 3ஆக பார்க்குறோம், நம்மளுடைய தமிழை 3ஆக பார்க்குறோம். தமிழ் வந்து வல்லினம் மெல்லினம் இடையினம்னு 3ஆக தான் இருக்குது இங்கே. அப்படி தான் நம்ம பார்க்குறோம், எல்லாத்தையும் 3ஆக பார்க்குறோம். தமிழ் இப்போ நம்ம ஏற்கனவே இன்க்ளூஷன் தான். அதனால தான் வல்லினமானே மெல்லினம் பெண்ணை இடையினம் மல்லிய என்பார் இடை குரில் நடி நடுவிலா கூறலும் உள்ளதே அப்படின்னு சொல்லிட்டு நம்மளுடைய அறுவகை இலக்கணம் சொல்லக்கூடிய ஒரு மிகப்பெரிய வார்த்தையே வந்து இருக்குது. அதே போல் 10,000 வருஷத்துக்கு முன்னாடியே வந்து தொல்காப்பியம் வந்து பெண்மை சுட்டி உயர்ந்த மருங்கின் ஆண்மை திறந்த பெருநிலை கிழவியும் தெய்வம் சுட்டிய பெருநிலை கிழவியும் ஒரு மிகப்பெரிய வார்த்தையெல்லாம் கொடுத்துருச்சு. அப்போ இருந்த இன்க்ளூஷன் இப்போ ஏன் இல்லைன்னா, நம்ம எல்லாம் ரொம்ப முன்னேறிட்டோம், நமக்கு எல்லாம் தெரியும் அப்படின்றதுனால சக மனுஷனை நம்ம பார்க்கறது இல்லை. எனக்கு ஒரே ஒரு கேள்வி இதுதான், என்னென்னா நம்ம கம்பெனியில் யாருக்காவது வாய்ப்பு தரும் பொழுது எல்லாருக்குமான புரிதலை உண்டாக்கி வாய்ப்பு கொடுத்தீங்கன்னா கண்டிப்பாக நிறைய பேர் வேலை செய்ய ரெடியாக இருக்காங்க. எங்ககிட்ட கிட்டத்தட்ட ஒரு 15 ரெஸ்யூம்ஸ் ரெடியாக இருக்குது. யாராவது இங்கே ரெடியாக இருந்தாங்க அப்படின்னு சொல்லுங்கள், நான் ரெஸ்யூம்ஸ் 5 வைக்கிறேன், இமீடியட்டாக நீங்கள் வேலைக்கு ஜாயின் பண்ணிக்கலாம். தேங்க்யூ.
Good. So we'll just take one question, we'll wrap this up. Anyone? Okay. Yeah, go ahead. Yeah. Yeah.
அட்வைஸ் பண்ணுறது நிறையா ஸ்கோப் இருக்குது. இதை பார்க்குறதுக்கு ஏதாவது புதுசாக செய்யணும்னு ஒரு உந்துதல் ஏற்படும். உங்களுக்கு அந்த மாதிரியான ஒரு கிராமத்து செட்டப்பில் வனத்தில் இருக்கிறீங்க, ரைட்டா? ஸோ இந்த செடினால் 4 பேருக்கு வேலை கொடுக்கணும், நான் ஒரு வேலை போய் பார்க்காம வேலை கொடுக்குற லெவலுக்கு வரணுங்கிற ஐடியா உங்களுக்கு எப்படி வந்தது? நம்பர் 2, இது கான்ட்ராஸ்ட் அர்ச்சனாவுக்கு சிஇஜி கேம்பஸ், ரைட்? ஸோ ஃப்ரம் தேர் கோயிங் பேக் டு த வில்லேஜ், இட்ஸ் quite a move, quite a transformation. What kind of a challenges you had faced within the family? I heard that you are married, first from in-laws family, and this could be a lesson for women who are watching you. An in-laws family, your friends, and how did they look at it?
அதாங்க சார், இப்போது நான் வந்து +2 படிச்சுட்டு ஒரு கம்பெனிக்கு போயிருந்தேன். அதுக்கப்புறம் எனக்குள்ளே என்ன ஐடியானா, நம்மக்கிட்ட ஒரு டேம்ஸ்ன்னு சொல்லிட்டு ஒரு சங்கம் இருக்குது. அந்த சங்கத்தில் இப்போ மக்களுக்காக பணி செஞ்சுட்டு இருந்தாங்க. இப்போ நான் கம்பெனிக்கு போயிட்டு எனக்குள்ளே என்ன தோணுச்சுன்னா, நாம கம்பெனி போகணும் அப்படின்னு சொல்லிட்டு ஒரு தோணுச்சு. சரி, நம்ம படித்து நம்ம கொஞ்சம் ஒரு 4 பேர்த்துக்கு வேலை கொடுக்கல அப்படின்னு சொல்லிட்டு ஒரு ஐடியா வந்து, அதுக்கப்புறம் அந்த கம்பெனிலேருந்து வெளியே வந்தேன். அதுக்கப்புறம் நம்ம அங்கே ஆசனூர்லேயே அந்த சங்கம் வந்து இந்த மக்களுக்காக நீங்கள் வேலை செய்யுங்க அப்படின்னு சொல்லிட்டு சொன்னாங்க. அதுக்கப்புறம் சரி, நம்ம மக்களுக்கு நம்ம பணி செய்யலாம், நம்ம மக்களை முன்னேற்றலான்னு சொல்லிட்டு ஒரு ஐடியாவில் அந்த சங்கத்தில் சேர்ந்து, அந்த சங்கத்திலேருந்து நான் வேலை செஞ்சுருந்தேன். நம்ம மக்களுக்கு என்னென்ன டெவலப்மெண்ட் பண்ணணுமோ அது பண்ணிகிட்டு இருந்தோம். அதுக்கப்புறம் தான் இந்த லேண்டனாவில் இந்த ஃபர்னிச்சர் ஸ்டார்ட் பண்ணோம். ஃபர்னிச்சர் ஸ்டார்ட் பண்ணிட்டு தான் இந்த பிரிக்கெட் ஐடியா வந்தது. இப்போ நம்ம மக்களை இப்போ என்னன்னா நம்ம மக்கள் வந்து அதிகமாக வெளியே போக ஆரம்பிச்சிட்டாங்க. இப்போ அதிகமாக வெளியே போகிறதுனால என்ன ஆகுதுன்னா நம்ம மக்களுடைய படிப்பு பாதிக்கப்படுது. ஸோ இதை வந்து நம்ம அங்கேயே
பார்ட் டைம் சக்ஸஸ். ஸோ எங்களுக்கு ஃபுல் டைம் போகணுன்னு தோணுச்சு. அண்ட் வேறு சேலஞ்சஸ் வந்து எக்கச்சக்கங்க சார். இப்போ என் ஃப்ரெண்ட்ஸ்லாம் பார்த்தீங்கன்னா கம்பேரிசன் நீங்கள் வீட்டில் எல்லாருக்குமே தெரியும். ஒன்று வந்து ஐ வாஸ் ஓனிங் மை டிசிஷன். ஸோ ஃபஸ்ட்டு என் மேரேஜ் அப்பயும் இட் வாஸ் லைக் ஐ ஹேட் டு டூ அது ஹவுஸ் அரெஸ்ட் மாதிரி இருந்து அப்புறம் ரெசிஸ்ட் பண்ணி வீட்டில் பேசாமல். ஸோ எவ்ரி திங் ஐ ஹேட் டு ஸ்டாண்ட் லைக் நான் எடுக்கிற டிசிஷனை தப்போ கரெக்டாக ஐ வில் ஓன் இட். இப்போ வேலையை விடுறப்பையும் கொஸ்டின்ஸ் இருந்துச்சு, யோசிச்சு தான் பண்ணுறோமா அப்படின்றது. ஸோ வி ஹேட் டு ப்ரூவ் தட் நான் யோசிச்சிருக்கேன், பேக்கப் இருக்குது, ஐ கேன் ஸ்டில் டூ இட். ட்ரை பண்ணாமல் ஃப்யூச்சரில் ரிக்ரெட் பண்ணக்கூடாதுங்கிறத வந்து வாய்ஸ் அவுட் பண்ண வேண்டியிருந்தது. அண்ட் இன்றைக்கி லுக்கிங் பேக் மை ஃப்ரெண்ட்ஸ் ஆர் earning about 10 lakh 12 lakh a month. I am paying out salary of 10 lakh 12 lakh a month. அண்ட் 60 பீப்புளுக்கு நான் வந்து சேலரி கொடுக்குறது எனக்கு சாட்டிஸ்ஃபைங்காக இருக்குது. மேபி என் செலவுகள் கம்மி, அவங்க செலவுகள் ஜாஸ்தி, அவங்க வரவுகள் ஜாஸ்தி, என்னோட வரவு கம்மி. பட் ஐ எம் ஹாப்பி வித் வாட் ஐ எம்.
Right. Thanks everyone. So this is a great example of Tamil Nadu, right? There is a growth across in every genre. Whatever you are, don't be afraid who you are, right? All you need is a drive. Thank you very much. Bye bye.
Thank you, esteemed speakers today. Let's give a round of applause. So I would like to invite sir.
Nadu. Good morning, everyone. We would like to acknowledge the presence of our honorable guests. We extend a hearty welcome to each and every one of you at Agri and Food Processing session, Unveiling Fresh Opportunities of the esteemed Global Investors Meet. In the company of such distinguished individuals, we are truly honored to have a lineup of exceptional speakers with us today. The session is focused on understanding and exploring opportunities for greater value addition as well as value maximization in the food and agro-food processing sector. Please join me in welcoming our first speaker, Mr. Sudhir Sitapati, the Managing Director and CEO of Godrej Consumer Product Private Limited, GCPL, who will be sharing valuable insights in the keynote address. GCPL is one of India's largest consumer goods multinationals with presence in over 85 countries and serving 1.2 billion consumers. Mr. Sudhir is responsible for guiding the purpose and ambition of the company to bring the goodness of health and beauty to consumers in emerging markets. He is current co-chair of CIA FMCG committee. So, Mr. Sudhir was awarded Young Alumni Achiever from his alma mater, IIM Ahmedabad, in 2017. He is also the author of best-selling book, The CEO Factory, Management Lessons from Hindustan Lever. A round of applause for Mr. Sudhir Sitapati. Please, sir.
Good morning. Firstly, I'd like to thank the organizers, especially Mr. Vishnu, for inviting me here. I'm actually not the right person to be speaking here because the company that I work for today, which is GCPL, has very little to do with food and agri. But I have spent a decade in food and agri before that, and one of our sister concerns, Godrej Agrovet, is quite involved in agri. So I'm a bit of an outsider here. I think the experts are sitting here, so I'm not the expert. I'm only the outsider to give a few thought starters for the panel to debate. I think day before yesterday when I came to Chennai, I went for a book launch of Professor Raghurajan and my friend Rohit Lamba's book, Breaking the Mold, Reimagining India's Economic Future. It was an excellent session, excellent book. If you haven't read it, I would strongly advise you to get a copy and read it. However, I did have one sort of grouse over the entire session and the book. There was hardly any mention of food and agriculture. And that's a bit odd, you know, because agriculture still accounts for 45% of Indians are employed in agriculture. And while agriculture as a percentage of GDP has fallen, food still remains 30 to 35% of India's GDP. It's still the largest contributor, food and agriculture, because of retailing and food services, etc. And, you know, poverty globally is defined in terms of nutrition. So whichever way you look at it, nutrition, food, agriculture, it is simply too important to only get 1 or 2 pages in a book on India's economic future. I think my Tamil is poor, but as Thiruvalluvar said, Urudu unda valvare valvar, matram lam, thorudu unda pin selvavar. The one who plows eat their food, they plow their food truly live. Everybody else is bent subservient to the farmer. So farmer and food is absolutely central to India. And while I was, you know, because I have not been in food for 2 years, I had to do some research for this. So I was looking at the internet. If you looked at 60s and 70s, whenever there was a conversation on India, the conversation was around food, agriculture. It has reduced a lot now, but the importance of the sector has not reduced at all. So what I would like to do in this speech is to take a step back, look at India's nutrition challenges, because one of my main points that I want to leave with the panel here is agriculture must follow nutrition strategy. Agriculture is not an end in itself. It has to follow what, and that is what it was in the 50s and 60s, where we had a calorie sufficiency issue. Food processing must follow agriculture. So this is the sequence. So let me first start about the state of mass nutrition in India. Our early policy planners saw agriculture not as a source of employment, but as a source of nutrition in India. In the 1950s and 60s, we were importing wheat from the US under PL 480, and we were paying for it in rupee terms. And in 1965, there was a catastrophic event, which was the Indo-Pak War, and the US threatened not to send the wheat, and there was an imminent threat of starvation. And then our policy planners really, awoke to the fact that what would we do if we didn't get enough calories? And it became a national mission to become calorie sufficient. So our entire agricultural thrust was made on making us agriculture sufficient. But if you look at now where we are, India has now moved from a calorie deficient country to a calorie surplus country. In the 60s, we were consuming about 1,800 calories a day. We are now consuming 2,500 calories a day. Any more, and we will be over-consuming calories. But the new nutrition challenge in India has not so much to do with calorie sufficiency, but much more to do with quality of nutrition. And that is an area that not enough thought and not enough conversation is happening. If you look at global standards, they recommend 60% of our calories must be proteins, 60% must be carbohydrates, 20% proteins, and 20% everything else, particularly fat. In India, 75 to 80% of what we consume are carbohydrates, and only 10% of what we consume are proteins. So there's a big misbalance in India between consumption of carbohydrates and proteins. And if actually one looks at health statistics, and I had done some work some time ago saying, okay, we say India's got a lot of diabetes, India's got a lot of cardiac issues. Let us compare Indian numbers versus South Asia numbers versus global numbers. If you actually look at that lens, India actually has less diabetes incidence and less cardiac incidence than many developed countries. There are two areas where India is out of the charts in terms of ill health. The first is underweight children. India has 36% of underweight children. Even South Asia, which is Pakistan, Sri Lanka, Bangladesh, is 27%, and the average in the world is 14%. Stunting, which is undergrowth children, India is 38, South Asia is 36, and the world is 22. So the one big problem that India has is our children are not growing fast and strong enough, and it is not just weak compared to the world, it is weak compared to our neighbors itself. The second big problem that India has, when you just coldly look at the statistics, is anemia. Both anemia and malnutrition are caused by a lack of proteins and a lack of micronutrients. So if one looks at Indians, how we consume, how we are ill health, they are going back to an overconsumption of carbohydrates and an underconsumption of protein and micronutrients. So the next question is, why do Indians consume so much carbohydrates and so little proteins, so little fruits and vegetables? Also, by the way, we consume less. And the reason is quite simple, which is ultimately all food sources are calorie sources, and we naturally gravitate towards the cheapest calorie sources. Now, Indian prices of food sources are extremely distorted. Rice and wheat are practically free for a majority of Indians, but even for those who paid, and I did some back of the envelope calculations, if you go to a supermarket and bought rice or wheat, it's about 2 rupees for every 100 kilocalories that you get from rice. If you went to the UK and bought it in a supermarket, it is 4 rupees for 100 kilocalories. So rice and wheat are half the price of what they are in the UK, and actually for most of Indians, it's actually free. But if you look at chicken or milk, in India, actually, even on an absolute basis, the price of chicken is higher than it is in the UK. On an absolute basis, our price of milk is higher than it is in the UK or Australia. So India has a very, very wide distortion in prices between carbohydrates and protein prices. So if you have this kind of distortion, so whatever the cultural thing, you have this kind of distortion, then obviously chicken will become a, I'll only eat chicken on Sunday, or I'll only eat chicken on Friday, or I'll eat mutton on Friday. So that's what's happening in India because of these differential prices. So now to understand why is it that India has such differential prices between carbohydrates and proteins. Let me simplify it by saying proteins, but it's also fruits and vegetables and micronutrients. One has to look at India's agriculture policy. As I mentioned, our policy was driven by food insecurity. In 1965, we had a major catastrophic event where we thought we would starve, and government made massive investments in calories, and the cheapest form of calories were rice and wheat. So we did free irrigation, new seeds, food was also subsidized, and it was a genuine revolution. I think taking away from the fact that in 20 years' time, India moved from calorie deficiency to calorie surplus. But as a consequence of this, by the 1980s, we were overproducing wheat and rice. And as a consequence of this subsidy, and my grandmother would tell me that when she was growing up, millets, which is now a big millets mission, used to be cheaper than rice and wheat. Now millets are more expensive. You want to go and buy ragi and bajra in the supermarket, they're more expensive than rice. So what used to be a poor person's dish, and it was eaten by poor people because it's cheaper, because of this oversupply of wheat and rice has become more expensive, has become much cheaper than millets. And this is true about everything. So low rice and wheat prices are part of the problem, but every other sector has frankly been ignored. And I can say this because I'm not part of the sector anymore, so I have no axe to grind. For example, if you look at milk, our milk prices are 50% higher than New Zealand. If you look at meat, chicken, you know, we have a totally inefficient supply chain. It is completely, there's no, I mean, the way we look at rice and millets, there's no real focus on it. So again, you know, price of chicken in the US, price of feeds for chicken in the US are much lower. Imports are not allowed. So it's a very controlled environment. Fruits and vegetable prices are high because food processing is poor. So 30 to 40% of fruits and vegetables are wasted. The only non-carbohydrate commodity where prices are global is oil. Palm oil prices are rough, and that is because we have a relatively liberal source of liberal policy on imports of palm oil. And therefore, those prices are okay, and therefore fat consumption in India is roughly what it should be. So Indians consume too much carbohydrates, reasonable amount of fat, and too little proteins. And you know, the zero import duty on palm oil should tell you why this has to do with prices. So if you really want to focus on nutrition, and I'll come to agriculture in a minute, India needs to do three things. The first is we have to move our subsidies from rye and wheat out of a budget of 35 lakh crores on revenue expenditure. 6 lakh crores is spent on agriculture. 80% of that is rice and wheat. So 4.8 lakh crores, higher than the defense budget of India, is spent in rice and wheat. Which is very different from 70s. We're a very different country today than what we were at that time. So A, we have to move subsidies from rice and wheat to millets, proteins, fruits, and vegetables. We have to liberalize imports. Nutrition is more important. We'll come to agricultural employment. But wherever food sources are inefficient or expensive in India, like in the case of oils, we must bring it in. We're again not a country which is foreign exchange deficient the way we were even in the 90s. So, you know, that's not a problem anymore. And we need to improve supply chain barriers in food processing. So that's really the kind of solving the puzzle of nutrition. But agriculture plays a primary role, in my view, on nutrition, but it does play a very, very important secondary role in terms of employment. Agriculture contributes 18% of our GDP, but employs 45% of our workforce. GDP growth over the last decade in agriculture has been 3% compared to an overall GDP growth at 6%. So that contribution is shrinking. I think there's an implicit strategy, including in Professor Raghurajan's book, that we have to solve this problem by services and industrialization. Now, the problem with manufacturing, and many of us here will know, is manufacturing today is not what it was in the 80s. It doesn't have the potential to generate that kind of jobs that China did, where thousands of people are sitting on, you know, Foxconn lines and making Apple phones. It's much more automated. Services, India's competitive advantage, services employment, on where we have a competitive advantage, you know, on IT, BPO is a very small proportion. It may have a knockdown, but that's not enough to employ, you know, half of Indians. So we've got to deal with the problem of agriculture in a new way and not look at it the way China did or the West did, which was to move agriculture to manufacturing. So I think the question is to have farm income to rise. It is important for farmers, and again, it goes back to the same thing. Farm incomes in India and farm yields in India are low because farmers are growing rice and wheat, and they're not transitioning adequately and fast enough to cash crops. I am just back from Kunnur. I went for a holiday, and I worked for many years. I worked for a decade in tea, and I know the tea sector well. Now, the tea sector was developed 100 years ago. It was a progressive view on agriculture, and I know the tea workers in Tamil Nadu have definitely higher standard of living, better wages, better incomes, whatever the problems are, than most of the other marginal farmers across the country. And the tea industry did 4 things right. The first is the right selection of crop by the government. And I feel now the time has come for us not to select crops that save foreign exchange, because IT and BPO is earning foreign exchange, but for us to select crops where we have a competitive advantage. And, you know, Nilgiris had a competitive advantage on tea. Private sector capital investment, cooperative farming. So even now in the tea sector, 50% of it is plantation, 50% of it is small holdings, and processing and packaging of the produce, which raise the commodity price. And that's what's made tea successful in India, coffee successful, spices somewhat successful. There are 3 fisheries somewhat successful. So 3, 4 successful, but these are all like 30, 40, 50 year successes. I think the big thing that needs to be done, I think 2 things to really move up agriculture. One is to move away from this forex, which is again a relic of the past, that we must conserve forex. I don't think that's so relevant anymore. That's number 1. And the second thing is cash crops have long gestation periods. And you cannot get into cash crops until there is someone subsidizes and invests. And companies, private companies like my sister concern, Godrej Agrovet, has to invest in palm plantations. It's a 5-year, 6-year gestation period. They cannot invest unless there are good contract laws. So I know that, the contract laws were repealed and we were all very disappointed. But unless there are strong contracts allowing for investments in agriculture, we will not be able to make the transition from rice and wheat to things like palm oil or other cash crops. So I would say the big thing to do in nutrition is to balance the price. The big thing to do in farm laws, which the government valiantly tried, and kudos to them, but it didn't work, is to get back contract manufacturing. Ultimately, all those 3 farm laws were to enable contract manufacturing. I think the food sector, which I want to now finally touch on, I've spoken about nutrition, I've spoken about agriculture, I want to now talk about food processing. And food processing sector, as all of you know, can be very basic, like packing of tea, to something more complex like dehydrating of vegetables to make soups, right? So this is the entire continuum. Food processing sector is a natural ancillary to agriculture. It reduces food waste. So in the context of India, when 50% or 40 to 50% of fruits and vegetables are wasted, it's not a bad thing to dehydrate it and have it in soups. The West is having a different issue on processed foods. That's not our issue today. So food processing plays a crucial role in both income development of the farmers, but also providing nutrition and getting prices of some of these produce down. One of the reasons, food processing is a rapidly growing segment. I know CKR sir, has done really well in milkshakes. I'm a big fan of Kevin Care milkshakes. So food processing sector is booming across the country, and as India becomes richer, food processing will anyway boom. But there's a second thing I'm not so sure about, but I think it again goes back to prices. If you look at the sectors where food processing in India is strong, the biggest food processing category in India is biscuits. Then noodles is very big. These are the classic. And if you look at what is the raw material for these, it is wheat, fat, and sugar, all 3 highly subsidized. And I was speaking once to an agriculture secretary many years ago, and I said, if the raw material prices are high, people are not going to progress, they're not going to process. It is like Mary Antoinette said, if you cannot eat bread, you cannot expect people to eat cake. And that's the good example of food processing. So if we are able to rebalance the prices of commodities to their natural levels, we will see far faster growth in processing of proteins like meat, milk, millets, etc., etc. So I would say that even for food processing, the big catalyst for growth is the balancing of prices. So I want to conclude by saying that the Indian agri, nutrition and food processing sector is beset by a chicken and egg problem, where the core issue of this sector, which if you don't solve it, we will always have discussions on it, is unbalanced prices between different food groups, which has led to calorie sufficiency, and that's a great thing to have happened because we would have died if we didn't have calorie sufficiency, but it has not solved the problem of poor nutrition, it has not solved the problem of poor agricultural growth, and it has not solved the problem of our food processing sector. I have 3 premises and 3 suggestions to make for the sector and to anybody who's interested. First is the most important one, which is across the world, agri-policy must be driven by nutritional needs, not by employment needs. That's number 1. Second, employment is super important. So that is number 2 priority. But for balanced growth and employment of agri in India, for balanced growth and employment in India, the contribution of agriculture and food needs to rise before it falls. Simply arrogating this problem and assuming that it doesn't exist and saying, chips will solve it and high-end stuff will solve it doesn't, take, and that's why you're going to have this K-shaped problem that we're having in India. The third premise I have is that only when the prices of various food groups find their right level, water has to find its right level, will we kickstart agri growth, food processing growth, and most importantly, better nutrition. And 3 suggestions which are simple to make but horrendously difficult politically, so I'm not saying that they're easy to do, but the answers are reasonably simple. One is subsidies have to be rebalanced into other food groups. Second, controversial, but I think it has to be done, is allow imports and free imports at significantly lower duties on proteins, because India is a protein deficient country. And third is to implement laws that encourage large-scale private investment in agriculture. Contract laws, which was the heart of the farm laws, is crucial for that. So these are the 3 things. Thank you very much for your patience. I'm sorry for taking your time. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. May I invite Mr. Kiran Gurala, IAS, to present the memento to Mr. Sudhi. Please, sir. As we transition into our panel discussion, I would like to give you a brief introduction of our panelists and our moderator. I would like to introduce our moderator of the session, Ms. Sushma Vasudevan, Managing Director and Partner, BCG. Ms. Sushma leads BCG's work in agriculture in India and is the Asia-Pacific leader for climate and sustainability in agriculture and food systems. She has worked extensively in agriculture sector all across private, government, and non-profit development organizations. Next, we have Dr. Anantharamakrishnan, Director, CSIR, NIIST. Dr. C. Anantharamakrishnan has taken over charge as Director in that esteemed organization. Before that, he was serving as a Director, NIFTM, which is an institute of national importance. Next, we have Mr. C.K. Rangarajan, the company founder and chairman of Kevin Care. The company began its journey as Schick India and was renamed Kevin Care Private Limited in 1998 with a starting investment of 15,000 rupees, which has grown several folds today, as we see now. Next, we have Dr. K. Ratnam, CEO Milky Mist. Dr. K. Ratnam is a graduate in food and nutrition with more than 3 decades of technical and administrative experience spread across various organizations, including coveted institutions like Amul. Next, we have Dr. K. Aragasundaram, who is serving as the CEO of Tamil Nadu Food Processing and Agri-Export Promotion Corporation. He has a wealth of academic and research management experiences both in India and overseas. Next, we have Dr. Jix Anthony, Vice President Olam Food Ingredients. Dr. Anthony, currently serving as Vice President Innovation at Olam Food Ingredients, brings a wealth of experience to his role. His journey in the field of research and development includes tenures at Nestle, Germany, where he led R&D for Health Platform and as Health of R&D for ITC Limited Food Division. Next, we have Mr. Sanjay Sacheti, Country Head of Olam Agri. He is the Country Manager of Olam Agri India Private Limited, which is one of India's subsidiaries of the Singapore-headquartered global agribusiness, Olam Group Limited. Olam Agri has a diverse business in India spanning across commodities like rice, grains, cotton, sugar, edible oils, and oil seeds. Over to the panel. Thank you.
Can you hear me? Thank you everyone for joining, and thanks to my esteemed panelists. Looking forward to the discussion that we have today. To just set the context for everyone, why are we discussing this today, right? So if we look at the overall $1 trillion economy target that Tamil Nadu has set for itself, $55 to $60 billion of that has to come from the entire agro and food processing space, and hence it's an extremely critical sector for the state to look at. To give you some data points on why this sector is important and relevant for the state, Mr. Sitapati mentioned that it's important to look beyond rice and wheat, and actually from a production-based perspective, Tamil Nadu is actually the leader on several non-rice and wheat space as well. We're the largest producer of flowers. We are the second largest producer of cloves. We're top 3 on tea and coffee plantations. So in terms of the crop protection and the landscape of crops that is available in the state, it is immense and hence provides a great platform for all of us as we look at growing this space for the state. It also has the second largest in the country in terms of food processing units, with about 24,000 MSMEs focusing on food processing in the state. The state itself has also pushed towards larger integrated food parks. About 4 parks have been set in the state, 150 acres plus, and hence is looking towards this sector to drive greater momentum and impetus from an overall economic development going forward. So the objective of today's discussion is, as we look at pushing the growth in this state, it's important to look at opportunities for value maximization as well as greater value addition in the state. And food processing will be a big driver as we look at pushing greater value addition in the state, as well as export-led opportunities as we look at maximizing price realization from the crops grown in this state. So the focus of today's discussion is to say, what will it take for the state to actually get greater value maximization as well as greater value addition from the crop base that is currently being produced in the state, as well as look beyond the current crop base as well. With that note, I would like to set this discussion off with a question to Mr. Ratnam. Sir, one of the important drivers as we look at greater value addition as well as value maximization is the use of technology. Milky Mist has actually set up, the largest fully automated, mozzarella plant in the country. As a part of your strategy, I think leveraging technology from a production and a manufacturing perspective has been a big lever. You're also looking at setting up India's largest single location cheese making unit, right, in Erode. So in your perspective, what role do you believe technology and automation play in driving greater value addition?
Hello. Yeah. Good morning. See, as far as the dairy industry is concerned, any investments we make on value-added products is very expensive. Okay. Number one, and number two, most of the technologies are again now we don't have the expertise to put in, except a couple of processing and all those things. When it comes to the technology-driven or automation-driven, there are 4 key factors we consider. One is the efficiency. The second one is the large volumes, because when you bring a technology of a costliest one, we need to look at the volumes and the efficiency. And the third part is the quality, because if you get a right technology, you get a better quality of the product consistently for 10-15 years to come. And the fourth one is, we know that Tamil Nadu is again one of the very, very progressive state, but at the same time we also have a labor shortage. Okay, so all these combining factors put together, bringing the technology and the automation, which reduces the overhead expenses over a period of time, though the technology is very expensive at the initial stage, and it gives a consistent quality over a period of time, day in and day out. And the third one is, we always look at the volumes. We are kind of a mass production, right? You can't, produce about 5 tons or 10 tons a day. It's a mass production. So you need that volumes to handle. And also the efficiency. You got to run it at a 90% or 95% efficiency of the technology. So these are the few key factors, we always look at in dairy industry, whether I was in Amul that point of time or now. So for a higher efficiency, for a better quality, and for a higher volumes, and to take care of all human interventions going forward. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. So I think what you touched upon, and very relevantly so, is the need for technology to drive greater efficiencies, as well as from a quality perspective, right, to reduce some of the interventions from labor which could impact the quality from a food end product perspective. Just to shift gears a bit, Dr. Ananda Ramakrishnan, I think you've done a lot of work in this space. Technology is relevant not only on the shop floor, but also from a food engineering perspective, right? As we look at value addition as well as processing. You have done a lot of work in this space. So it'll be great if you can share some of the latest research developments or innovations in food engineering and technology How do you think some of these can be applied to the industry at scale as we look at greater value addition?
Yeah, that's a very much important. But if you, before going to that, see the total shift from the food industry in India. When we got our independence, our mostly 90% is agro economy only dominated. Then when we reached around 100 crore population, is become around reduced to the 60%. Right now we are around 30 to 35% agro economy, then service, and then manufacturing. When manufacturing is moving, food industry also moving on to that direction. That means presently high-end value-added technology trade, India is doing with only 10 to 12%, not even increased to 13, 14%. If you look at the Israel and India, India has filed a 6th position in the patent, but world trade is 10%. But Israel is doing it, the trade is 30%. So we need a high-end input to come. That's what R&D and engineering component it come into the play. For example, food industry, if you look at present situations, main of novel range of the equipment has to be developed. Again, I'll take the Israel, they developed the 3D food printer, is print like a fish. It is not a fish. It is from source from the vegetarian source is as good as the fish taste and we can also do that. We also developed the Niftam Tanjau, developed the food 3D printer. That can be maximized and whichever the way you want, protein, fat, whatever the way you want, including the bone can be printed and taken out. That's what we developed, and it is in the very much commercialized stage. Even you can print the egg, whatever it is, meat, anything can be printable, including your face can be printable. That's why we need to move on to the, instead of making the one recipe, the bulk production, we need to go for the small machine can print whichever way you want. Another one is the non-thermal processing. When Sarah was talking about the nutrition, we have to go for the other than heat treatment. Only way is, for example, milk. You have to pasteurize. People may say food is not good or whatever it is, processed food. No. Without heating, how you can take the milk? For that, high pressure processing may help. Right now, Tamil Nadu, if you look at the whole western belt, is the coconut production. We are world number 3rd in the coconut production country. But where is the trade? Philippines and India, Indonesia is doing much more better than Indian trade in the coconut product. For example, only one commodity, if you take out coconut milk, now it is the growth rate is 24% growth rate, coconut milk and water. Water is doing dominant like anything. Where is the technology with us? Only one technology, high pressure processing, one company is doing in the Bombay, it's doing very well. Can we expand that high pressure processing technology to other place? That means capital investment, capacity, all these things is important to further. That already we have started working on high pressure processing, how to do that. Can be extended to the NIRA and other product when the liquid system is coming on to that. Third one is that nutrition, how to deliver the nutrition into that. If you take out the blood sample of this hall itself, minimum 50% may be anemic. That's the problem. Except selenium and vitamins D, nothing nutrient will absorb less than a 50% only absorb. For example, iron, it absorbs only 10% of our body. How to enhance the absorption of the iron? One possibility is the nano capsules, nano delivery system, multiple delivery system. The site in which, where to deliver, how much deliver, what are the delivery systems, all these things we can manipulate already, we are working on it. And the market driven food, most of the industry leaders are sitting. They will look into that, what is the market demand. Now people are looking at the more conscious about the health. They want a protein supplement is needed. Only protein, cheap protein available earlier was the whey protein. Now whey protein cost is much beyond the imagination. Now they are looking for alternative. Can we go for the peanut protein or other protein? How to extract this protein? That technology needed. Which salting out technology or the membrane technology, which technology can give pure protein form? That protein, how to do that? Artificial meat can be done. Already we have done the artificial meat. Can we use the, earlier soya has been used. Now can we use the millet as the protein source? Now, right now meat protein is 28%. Can we give supplement equivalent to 28% into the meat? This is the challenge. Can we go for the cultured meat? You can lab grown meat. All these things can be done, including the milk, alternative to milk. Instead of going for the normal milk, coconut milk, can we extend the shelf life for more than 6 months? It's a question mark. Fluctuation or phase separation will occur. How to make it? These are the things we need to look into, the technological input. Already we are doing it. And then packaging. Lot of packaging solution has to come. If you look at sustainability, one thing in India, 40% of the material waste is food packaging material. What are the solutions for that? We can't go with the polymeric based packaging material for Indian food industry. We need to think about alternative to that. And migration, already High Court has been told, microplastic moving from milk to the milk, it comes from the plastic to that. What are the solution for that? Are we have the solution? Government is already ordered single-use plastic, we have to go. But how far we are moving on to that? That's what we need to work out. Is it possible to go for biopolymer along with the cotton nanocomposites material to both way? You need to cut you have the transport property, water vapor permeability as well as strength or printability. All these things we should look into that. One more is that blockchain. Nowadays people, suppose you go to the any food product, just you scan the product. You should know who is the farmer is grown that wheat or rice. Is it possible? It's possible. Already US has put lot of money into the blockchain. Every point, farmers when grow, they have to document it. When it's a move, documented. When it's stored, it is documented. When it come to your plate, you should know that which are the chain, where it's the chain is broken. Everything it is possible to do that. More than that, now AI is dominating everywhere. In food also. If you go to the restaurant, the touch, earlier first we'll see the food with the eye, then smell will come from your nose, then you take and put it in the tongue will sensitize, brain will take, yes, this is the good food is coming, you are enjoy eating. Now come for the touch. When you go for the restaurant, that menu itself, you can feel it, this is the idli, you can touch and feel the idli without idli itself. That's what AI enable us to go, move on to that direction. So the technologically improvement is happening one end. Another side, Indian food industry moving on more than 12% this year, predicted $535 billion, another 2025. This gap, technology has only can move into that to move Indian industry still more further, but still we are not doing the good business. What you were mentioning about 1 trillion economy, that means right now India is like last year $42 billion agro food we exported. What is the Tamil Nadu contribution? Less than 2%. Until unless we are not improving the export value, we can't achieve what we are telling about 18% growth rate per year to achieve 1 trillion economy. So technological input as well as high-end research is a need of our for Tamil Nadu. We have to put a lot of investment on that to make sure this can be achievable. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I think you elaborated very well on the need for technology research, and for countries like India, we still need to, we have a catch-up game with some others like Israel to play on this. So now if I shift gears to saying what will it take to make this happen, both from a government and a policy enabler perspective as well as private players. Dr. Arga Sundaram, it will be great to hear from you. You know, you've led NIFTEM for over 7 years. As you look at a state like Tamil Nadu, which is a leading producer, what do you think the state can do to encourage setting up of more R&D centers by private players, you know, in addition to...
Thank you, Sushma. In fact, I told Pallavi to ask her to ask me about government schemes. என்ன வளம் இல்லை இந்த திருநாட்டில் தமிழ்நாட்டில் இல்லாத what is not available here. We are in a very stable economical situation, very stable political situation, and in a very tropical weather conditions, fertile soils, 1,000 millimeters of rain, and you know, lot of government schemes and supports, and it is growing. It is growing, but it is not an inclusive growth. The inclusive growth is very important. When I say inclusive growth, the technology and large-scale investments will promote corporates. But government also has to see the inclusive growth, meaning the farmer need to get what his share is. And the keynote speaker was talking about lowering the raw material cost. And by lowering the raw material cost, we are only going to penalize on the farmer. So therefore, there must be some balance on things. You know, the end material cost will be high, and we have to have a different types of consumer for that, and all that. And the Tamil Nadu government is looking at inclusive growth on food processing sector, and they are now doing n number of things to promote food industries in the state and agriculture product exports, starting from the creation of TNA Apex. I am the MD and CEO of the TNA Apex. It was formed towards the end of 2022, and we all started functioning only 3 months ago. The main objective of this particular organization is to promote food industries in the state and to promote export of agriculture products from the state. And these are the two major underlying principles on which we are working. And all the schemes related to food processing we are also handling. There are few things that will be of interest to a lot of people. First of all, I am very glad to see such an overwhelming response from the audience, so many people standing at the back. Number one is PMFME scheme, which has been running for the last 4 years and which will run for another 1.5 years. In this scheme, there is a there is a target of creating micro food processing formalized enterprises, 12,000 in the state. And already we have created about 8,000, sanctioned about 8,000, and about 4,000 are already running. So this is for the individuals. Any individual of Tamil Nadu wants to start a food industry anywhere in the state, they can come in. They will get 35% credit linked subsidy up to a maximum of 10 lakhs. So your project cost can be 1 crore, but we will offer you 10 lakhs and support also. Now we have created so many industries across the state. 4,000 is not small number, huge. Now we are trying to cluster the already created industries and support them on branding and marketing. So that's stage 2 we are working. And second of all, in the scheme, now we have 4,000 more leads to go. These 4,000 we want to promote the producers. And that is what the government is looking at. Producer need to do some primary processing in his site and bring it to the market or bring it to the secondary processor. So this is the objective with which we will be working. There are major crops, as Dr. Ananda Ramakrishnan rightly told, coconut and then fruits, vegetables, so many different things. So we are going to take at least 12 crops. I don't want to name the crops now, 12 major crops of Tamil Nadu and create clusters for that. At another scheme that is running, this is a very new scheme. This is called the Agro Industrial Corridor. This scheme is about 2,000 crore worth. This has started a month ago. This will run over the next 4 years' time. And this is a kind of promoting food industries in the Delta districts. The Delta districts identified are Tanjavur, Tiruvarur, Nagapattinam, Mayiladurai, and Tiruchirappalli. In all these 5 districts, we are going to promote food parks. We are going to promote individuals who want to invest into it. We want to support the individuals financially to whatever extent this scheme permits, generally 35%. And so it's going to be a revolutionized activity in the Delta districts which have not been industrialized so far. So food industry is the right thing to do in those districts. So this project we will take off probably in a month or so. The team will be set in and we will be running the show. And yet another thing is, somebody was mentioning in the meantime, I don't know, there are 3 major food parks coming up in the state under the SIPCOT. In Theni SIPCOT Industrial Estate, Manappare SIPCOT Industrial Estate, and in Dindivanam. In all the 3 SIPCOT Industrial Estates, they have allotted nearly 100 acres of land for food industries only. These food parks in Theni and Dindivanam, you get a 50% subsidy on your land cost. The land cost is 46 lakhs per acre. 1 unit is 1 acre in Theni. And I think if I'm right, 147 lakhs in Tindivanam. Manappare, I don't know. In Manappare, you get about 10% of land cost as your subsidy. Other supports, like in a food industrial park, what you get, like here also you will get like a common processing facility, storage facility, warehousing facility, and a lot of a number of supports you will receive from the government. So if there are people who want to promote their industries in these food parks, most welcome. 1 unit is 1 acre. Yesterday I was talking to somebody from Theni. He said out of 100 acres, already 40-50 have been taken up. So there is a lot of interest in the people. A person can take 1 unit or multiple number of units. So it is also possible. And another one is RAMP. It is transformation of food processing sector. Here also we are trying to promote food industries. Again, on and on again, we are trying to promote everywhere in the state food industries. And like Shiva Khare tells, great people do not do different things, but they do things differently. Now we are going to do things differently, and that is what is going to happen. You need large industries, but you need tiny manufacturers also. You need very small manufacturers. Unless it comes from the grassroots, it's not going to be an inclusive growth. So therefore, my dear friends, if any one of you, all the students don't seek for a job, seek for a creation of a new industry. That is a creator. So the government of Tamil Nadu is fully in support of all these things. There are a few more things I forgot. 1 more minute, can I take? Yeah, I have notes with me, some schemes. Oh, don't worry about it. If you want to know about more schemes, talk to me. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I think that was enlightening on what the state is offering. So maybe on that note, I'm going to ask Mr. Anthony to actually comment from a private player perspective, sir. Mr. Dr. Argasundram was talking about, there are several things that the state is doing. The food parks, you have the spices park that's also been set up. So as a food ingredients player, how important is all of this, integrated infrastructure, etc., that the government is doing, from your own business perspective? And what more, if any, would you as a private player look at seeking?
Thank you, Susma. Let's take the Sivaganga Integrated Spice Park. When I look at the facility, end-to-end processing facility, and it's quite impressive, but limited information available in public domain, whatever I have seen, including very clean technology for the pasteurization or sterilization of spices through using steam. But then the infrastructure is an advantage and they're useful for who are operating inside the park, but there are some intangible benefits there. One is the collaboration opportunities within the companies they operate. Maybe different products, different processes they use, so there can be a collaboration. Then there's a knowledge exchange between companies can happen, but provided if there's no IP compromise between the companies. Then government is operating this, so the quality standards and certification programs is another benefit for the operator. Then skill development and training, because government will definitely periodically get into doing this type of training and improving the quality of the operations there. However, one problem I could see, we take the example of this sterilizer itself. It is a batch process. But a company like ours, we do about, say, a few thousand tons of spices a year, and batch process is not going to work. So probably the government thought this is more useful for the medium-sized enterprises, not for a larger scale operators. So this is one bottleneck I can see there. But there are two recommendations I want to make, because I could not get enough information about this. One is when you come to spices or any food product, food safety is the primary thing. Food safety, when we talk about the contaminants, that is pesticides, microbial contamination, heavy metals. So whatever comes into the food park must be thoroughly tested. So there is a need of a strong quality control lab with very advanced chromatographic technologies. Spices Board in Kochi has a world-class lab, and I hope they have recreated such a lab there in Sivaganga. If not, they must do that. Then one additional point from my learning is also such food parks must add some expertise on packaging. It's not to create a packaging, but there are contaminants which we faced through packaging. The packaging is of the specification the customer was asking. Incoming raw material are tested, everything is clear, but when it goes to the customer, it gets failed because the ink which was used on the packaging had some banned substances which leach out over time to the product, and that led to some rejections. So these are some of the recommendations I thought can make it more useful for this food parks. Thank you.
I think the need for infrastructure from a quality testing and certification perspective is well noted. On that note, I think we've discussed the role of technology, R&D and innovation, enablers that the government can give, asks that the private players would have from an infrastructure perspective, etc. One of the big pillars from a value maximization perspective as we look at this space is the entire space of exports, right? And how can you drive greater export-led growth as a state? Sanjay is one of the largest trading players in agri and food in the world. What do you think it will take to get TN on the export map globally?
Yeah, thanks, Sushma. That's a very relevant question for a state which is geographically so well placed to be an export hub. And as somebody mentioned during the discourse that Tamil Nadu hardly contributes in any meaningful way to the overall Indian food and agri exports. Actually, it requires a lot of fundamental work in terms of benchmarking the entire value chain at a competitive level with, let's say, other competing countries. So let's take an example of rice, which is one of the larger items being produced here. How do you benchmark the complete rice value chain in Tamil Nadu to, let's say, a Thailand or a Vietnam, which are very competitive, not only producers but exporters of rice. And Tamil Nadu is one place where rice is not really subsidized in a big way. The subsidy is largely concentrated in the northern states. So here you need fundamental competitiveness. So I think first and foremost, the journey starts with understanding at a competitive level where do you stand and where do you need to get to be able to become an export hub, regardless of whichever value chain you look at. The second part is that the work starts at the farming level. How do you make farming more competitive? How are your farmers trained very well? How do you invest in training of farmers? How do you invest in collectivization of farming, cooperative farming, or bringing scale in farming, which is very important to be globally competitive? Then it also involves how do you invest in cluster development? So cluster development, what it brings about is economies of scale, synergies across the value chain, and then overall cost optimization, which concentrated clusters bring about. So how do you invest in that so that capabilities are very comprehensive in the clusters, and there is sharing of costs, sharing of facilities and infrastructure, and that's how you build competitiveness. I would say there are other issues as well. In a place like TN, you need to get into more and more differentiated agriculture, differentiated export-oriented agriculture. This is not the state which is very ripe for an internal domestic circular economy. This has to be more export-oriented. This is a state where labor is short. More and more education levels are high. Population is migrating towards services and industries. More and more value-added high-tech industries are coming up here. So in this case, it is very important that farming becomes more mechanized. Farmers are very capable. And you also have food processing involved there for differentiated produce, for differentiated end products, which probably can be focused more on the export markets. So you need to also invest in addition to being globally competitive from a production point of view, also look at innovation and look at producing products which are relevant for the export markets. So that involves innovation, that involves, the second aspect is branding. That brand Tamil Nadu produce has to be developed. So that's another area where the state probably can invest. So just a case in point, how do you promote pony rice as a great brand in the global rice markets? And how do you propagate consumption of pony rice? I think the state probably has to think about it. Compared to, let's say, a basmati, a pony rice also has a good amount of recall in certain Indian diaspora countries, and it can go beyond that as well. So how do you look at those aspects also?
Thanks, Sanjay. I think a lot of food for thought there. From branding to collectivization to drive scale to automation, in the farming side, but also across the entire supply chain. On that note, Mr. Ranganathan, I think Kevin Care began as a homegrown company, but it's expanded pan-India. You're also looking overseas, to scale up your units across Bangladesh, Sri Lanka, etc. Would you like to comment on, as you look at your own growth journey and reflect on what it took to scale up beyond this state, to others as well as beyond the country? What are some of the key success factors or learnings that you think, are important for you as an organization. How did the state, given you're a homegrown company, enable that, either from an infrastructure perspective or any other aspect perspective? Will be great to hear from you on that.
Thank you, Sushma. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. So I would like to start beginning. We are into personal care, then shifted to also along with that we have added dairy products and foods, beverages, all these things. One big learning, எங்களுக்கு ஒரு முக்கியமான learning என்னன்னு பார்த்தீங்கன்னா, consumer want healthy products, very important. பட் ஹெல்த்தியராக இருக்கணும் அப்படின்னு சொல்லிட்டு ரொம்ப ஓவராக ஹெல்த் சைடில் போயிட்டு டேஸ்ட்டை காம்ப்ரமைஸ் பண்ணால் கிடைக்குது. ஸோ அதனால் வந்து ஹெல்த் அண்ட் டேஸ்ட் இஸ் வெரி இம்பார்ட்டன்ட். டேஸ்ட் ஃபஸ்ட்டு, ஹெல்த்தியாகவும் இருந்தால் இட்ஸ் ரொம்ப சந்தோஷம். ஸோ திஸ் இஸ் அ வெரி ஃபண்டமெண்டல் லேர்னிங் டு சக்சீட். ஸோ வி ஹவ் சீன் குவைட் லாட் ஆஃப் பீப்புள் இன் இ-காமர்ஸ் ஆல்சோ. நீங்கள் நான் இ-காமர்ஸில் நிறைய பார்க்கலாம், ஃபுல்லி நேச்சுரல் திஸ் திங் அண்ட் ஆல், நிறைய ப்ராடக்ட் பிரமாதமான ப்ராடக்ட் ரெடி பண்ணியிருக்கான்னு சொல்லிட்டு திரும்பி வாங்க மாட்டாங்க. இட்ஸ் நாட் மோட்டிவேட்டிங். ஒன் டைம் ஐ கேன் eat or drink, but it has to motivate them to come back and back again and again. So that I think is a very important principles of success. So if you don't marry the customer expectation, don't understand, misread it. When you go there, everybody when you talk, they'll say, I want a very healthy products and so on. So I think that's a very fundamental learning for us. So looking back our journey, I would say, starting Tamil Nadu offers phenomenal opportunity in terms of connectivity. I started at Kadalur, but later shifted to Chennai because of connectivity. The kind of ecosystem available here for growth is something fantastic in a city. Absolutely. The advertising agency, marketing resources, idella romba important for growth. So that helped quite a lot in terms of that. It's okay to shift between English and Tamil. Okay. So that I think is a very important thing. That's a very important decision because I have to let go of my comfort zone. So I let it go. That helped me quite a lot. Then I would say the next one is started making success in Tamil Nadu, started getting kind of this thing initially, talent, accumulation of talent, quality management, everything you have to learn one by one. And going beyond Tamil Nadu is a big challenge. A lot of companies don't go beyond Tamil Nadu. Because that's, I think, is a very important thing. The puzzle when you look at entrepreneurs, typically, ரொம்ப கான்ஃபிடென்ட்டான பர்சன் தான் they will depute. That comes very naturally. If you look at a lot of companies I have also studied, I was not an exception when I started, but I have to depart after making my own series of failures. So, first பார்த்தீங்கன்னா இங்கே யாராவது கொண்டாந்தாங்கன்னா அவங்க பிரதர் இல்லை பிரதர் இன்லா ஃப்ரெண்டு இப்படி தான் கொண்டாடுவாங்க. நானும் அப்படி தான் கொண்டாந்தேன். I brought in my own friends who studied with me at college and schools. But going beyond Tamil Nadu, you require to speak the respective local language, not just English is not sufficient. So you get a lot of resources. I have sales guys, marketing guys, everybody is Tamilian, but somebody who can talk and understand the local ethos and culture of that particular state to make it a success, very difficult. So naturally the big ask for an entrepreneur is shift your belief system of எனக்கு தெரிஞ்சு கான்ஃபிடென்ட்டாக இருக்க பர்சன் தான் நான் ஹேவ் டு ஒர்க் வித் அப்படின்றத விட்டு ஐ கேன் ரெக்ரூட் எனிபடி ஆஃப் அ குவாலிட்டி பர்சன் அண்ட் ஒர்க் வித் தம் லோக்கலி வெரி ரைட் பர்சன் ஃபார் த ரைட் ஜாப் அப்படின்வாங்க. வெரி இம்பார்ட்டன்ட் சக்ஸஸ் க்ரைட்டீரியாவில். ஸோ அந்த ரைட் பர்சன் ஃபார் த ரைட் ஜாப் போடாமல் நான் பார்த்தீங்கன்னா தெர் இஸ் அ அதர் இங்கிலீஷ் ஒரு சேயிங் இருக்கும். இஃப் யுவர் மிஷன் இஸ் டு கிளைம்ப் அ ட்ரீ, will you hire a squirrel or a horse? Lot of entrepreneurs hire a horse. Okay, it will be a disaster. I did the same thing when I went to Delhi. I wanted to go to North Market. இங்கேருந்து நான் ரொம்ப கான்ஃபிடென்ட்டாக இருந்தேன், நல்லா பிஸ்னஸ் என்விரான்மெண்ட்லாம் தெரியும், ஆனால் சேல்ஸ் தெரியாது, ரொம்ப மார்க்கெட்டிங் தெரியாது, அக்கௌண்டன்ட் நினச்சிட்டேன். உத ஸோ திரும்பி வந்துடலாம் அப்படின்னக்குள்ள then I said okay, I don't want to give up, I have to try. So that is when I thought very important thing, let me recruit local person who understood sales, marketing, local culture, markets, பஞ்சாப்னா எப்படி, யூபின்னா எப்படி, எல்லாம் டீட்டெயில் எவ்ரி மார்க்கெட் ஒர்க் பண்ணக்கூடிய ஒர்க் பண்ண தெரிஞ்ச பர்சனாக எடுப்போம் அப்படின்னு சொல்லிட்டு advertise பண்ணி we do, and those days itself I would say behavioral scientist, psychiatrist கூட்டு interview பண்ணி எடுத்தோம். So that I think that was the first departure I made, and that helped me a lot. அதுக்கப்புறம் நீங்கள் எங்கே போனீங்கனாலும் பார்த்தீங்கன்னா local source, even factory, நீங்கள் ஃபேக்ட்ரி போனீங்கனாலும் ஃபஸ்ட்டு நம்ம ஆளை அனுப்பிச்சி விடலாமா அப்படின்னு அனுப்பலாம். it creates a you versus me divide. அதை ஓவர் கம் பண்ணணும்னா லோக்கல் பர்சன் வச்சு யூ ஹவ் டு பிளேஸ் ட்ரஸ்ட், யூ ஹவ் டு கிளியர்லி என்ஷூர் தட் கல்ச்சர் இஸ் பில்ட் அக்கார்டிங் டு யுவர் ரிக்குவயர்மெண்ட். ஸோ அந்த ஒரு பேசிஸ்லேருந்து வெளில வர்றது வெரி டிஃபிகல்ட் அப்படின்றது என்னோடய வியூ பாயிண்ட். செகண்ட் வந்து பார்த்திங்கன்னா வெரி இம்பார்ட்டன்ட் ரிக்குவயர்மெண்ட்டு மீடியா. தமிழ்நாடு, ஆந்திரா, கர்நாடகா இதெல்லாம் ஒரு மீடியா க்ளோஸாக இருக்கும், கேரளாலாம். ஆனால் when you go to north, TV is a main dominant media if you look at. You have to advertise on Star, Colors, Sony, Z. Phenomenally expensive. It's not small, cheap. And same time, it is just advertising is not sufficient. You need to make it available. Avlo big geography la making it parallelly available and advertising is a big ask. Small geography, it's easier. So that is why a lot of companies are not sufficiently attempting or ஸ்பராடிக்காக இது பண்ணுறாங்க. ஸோ ஒன்லி வென் யூ கிராஜுவேட் டு தட் ஸ்கேல் யூ ஆர் ஏபிள் டு எக்ஸிக்யூட் போத் ரீச் distribution reach and advertising combination, then it's a possible to succeed, is what I would say. But one of the important thing is that learn to manage with the local people is a very important task, is what I would say. But at the end of the day, innovation makes a difference. If you do not differentiate, you die. Don't go with the Me Too product to the market, is what I think my learning. Thank you.
Sir, I think the important point that you made is that there cannot be a one-size-fits-all approach. As you expand to other markets, it's important to understand local nuances, including consumer preferences, cultural context, etc., as you look at marketing. Sir, on that note, it'll be great, Dr. Ananda Ramakrishnan, to get your views as well, because this evolving consumer preferences and the implications that has on food processing is very important, right? Because we also discussed, for example, health and wellness as a big trend, but health keeping in mind taste as well, as Mr. Ranganathan said. So it'll be good to understand, how do you see evolving customer preferences, on the food side, and implications that has on food processing and value addition?
Yeah, already Ranganathan sir very clearly has mentioned about that health and the taste. See, 10 years back or 15 years back, people are told these carbonated beverages may not stay in market. Still we are diabetic, still they drink. They wanted to enjoy. 100 years back, we have taken food for the energy. 50 years back, we moved to the food for the nutrition. Now we want to take food for soul. We wanted to enjoy taking the food. That's what every weekends, everywhere people are going to restaurant. The consumers entirely change the scenario, and the food itself, looking into the food itself is changing. Then question mark comes, what Ranganathan sir is mentioning, is it a healthier choice, or you wanted to enjoy? Or you want to die, or you want to take the sweet? In this scenario, is it possible to give the same chocolate, alternative sugar, alternative to salt, or the fat? That's what we are looking at that. If you move on to that, how to cheat this 10 millicentimeter of tongue, that is the key play. There's the taste buds are there. How to cheat this place? Then which is the one connecting to your brain to enjoy the things? Then we have to map the brain. How to map the brain? Then we need a fMRI. That's what we are doing in the CSIR NIST Trivandrum. We wanted to give which is the food you like. Suppose you like a childhood, whatever the laddu bonda, you give how your brain blood flows very high when you enjoy the food. When you are not enjoying the food, blood flow will be reduced. We wanted to map and design the food according to the consumer's needs. That's what it is going on. Second point is nutrition. People wanted to go for alternatives. Is it possible to give fortified food? That's what fortified rice kernel is introduced. It's already implemented throughout the country. Another way is, people are telling why I need a extra nutrition for that. Over nutrition, why I have to do that? So this is the always as a double coin with the consumers. Then consumer comes to the ethically food choice. See, in US, 40% of the people wanted to buy that company, follow all the regulation. Because I am following the government of India regulations, everything. That company also followed no child labor. They follow everything. Ethically manufactured food, they wanted to buy. Consumers going beyond the taste and packaging, they're going beyond that level. That's what is moving on to that. Second, the positioning of or innovation of the product. You wanted to sustain in the market, 3P is important. Product innovation is the must. You should be differentiated from others. For example, recently one product has manufactured, it is a fish, but when served the fish, it makes the sound of seashore sound. That's called a sonic enhanced food. It's a nothing but it's a sizzless type thing. Is it a possible to create a sound in the food? That's what the innovation has to come into play, how to make that sound. You see, without crunchy sound in the bite in your tongue, you can't enjoy your chips. That is the key element. So how to synchronize all the things, that's what innovation is moving to then. Second P is that positioning of your product. For example, millet, we failed it. We positioned millet as the poor man's food. Nobody touched. This year, from the Prime Ministers to everybody talked about millet, people have started eating it that. See, when you coined as a poor man's food, for example, the famous car, the poor man's car, it's not picked up the market. Indians, we are ambitious people. We don't want to buy something, we wanted to showcase I am a poor. So we need to position our product as a premium product. Third is the pricing. We need to pay competitive prices. Volume wanted to play, price is low. If you wanted to buy high-end product, price should be there. So it is the combination of mixture of all the things. But one thing, all the food industry has to be a responsible industry. What Jigs has told about safety. You should not adulterate because we are buying the product, we are taking the product. So 99.9 no. 100% should not be a pure and processed food. It's good for health, then it's possible to do that. We should not make consumers, labeling should be clear. Everything should be given in the label to make sure consumer what they want, it is there in the product. Then you can succeed in the market. That's what my point. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I think the landscape for food is going to completely change. Sizzling fish is what we are all looking at. So I think the last, couple of questions as we look at wrapping up this panel discussion is, I'd like to just shift from the front end to the back end, before we close this discussion. As we look at, value addition, how we source, how we procure, how do we get greater efficiencies there is one of the biggest challenges in the Indian agri landscape. So milk is one of the areas where that is a significant challenge. So as you look, Mr. Ratnam, at procurement and on the sourcing side, what are some of the biggest challenges you face, in the Indian context, and what could be some of the workarounds? It will be great to hear from you on that.
Okay. Say, as far as the, and let me talk about only the milk, okay? Rest of the things, unlike the developed countries, our milk procurement is very, very, fragmented. In India, milk is in an economical self-sustainability, okay, to the farmers. They're having one or two animals and, maybe cows and buffaloes, and their economic dependency comes from, 365 days milking of the animals and getting the payment, every 10 days or weekly or whatever it is. So, but in that case, in that sense, what it becomes is that, your average yield is something like 5 to 6 liters, per cow. So you have to collect from the larger farmers, large number of the farmers, and from the larger geographical area. One of the challenges which comes into the procurement of the thing is that, what we have learned, over the years is that, never depend on, any person in between. Okay, have the own setup established at the source. Okay, and have your own controls, right from procurement to the consumers. So that is where, we are able to minimize the challenges, because when you depend on others, the procurement, and as you rightly said, there's a kind of an, mixing or adulteration or a poor quality of the source which we are getting in. So what we did as a practice is that, go to the farmers directly, make them financially inclusive, like don't give them the cash, but transfer their produce, the money to their produce directly into their bank account, and have the chilling facilities established at different locations, so that you are able to preserve the quality of the milk when it comes out of the udder, and the minimum least possible way the transport into the plant. Okay, these are few things, having directly going to the farmers and making them financially inclusive, preserving the milk as it comes, and transporting it to the factory. This all few areas, we have to work as my advice to all the young entrepreneurs is that, that whenever you want to buy any material, not even the milk, but any other material, directly go to the source directly, not having anything coming in between. So, but that changes the quality, that changes the properties of the product. So directly go to the the producers and get it whatever and develop them to produce the product which is according to the need of the company, according to our standard. So there are few challenges because milk being a perishable commodity, you need to transport it within the shortest possible time. Unlike the other places, we still have a last mile, the developmental activities have to happen, like chilling at source, and we have little challenges because in every village or every region there are many players to collect the milk, unlike in other established cooperatives. So we have those challenges because we are getting a small quantity of milk from each village, transporting into the centralized location for the chilling. It adds to the cost, but at the same time, if you are able to work with the farmers and increase their in the productivity of the animals, and by increasing the volumes, we will be able to reduce a certain amount of the procurement expenses. Thank you.
No, thank you, sir. I think the learnings from that for milk would be as relevant, in the broader agri landscape, to say how do we get closer to the farmer, and hence manage both the quality as well as the nature of the input that you're getting. On that note, I think we've discussed a variety of topics from R&D and innovation, importance of technology, key enablers from a policy perspective that the government can, but I think there is a lot more that needs to happen, both from the government side as well as the private side, as we.
Yeah.
அனைவருக்கும் வணக்கம். இது நான் இவன் முடிப்போன் நன்றாய்ந்து அதனை எதன் கண் விழல் என்ற வள்ளுவனின் வாக்கு கணக்கு அருமையான ஒரு பேனல் லிஸ்ட் வச்சுருக்கேன். எங்களுக்கு நன்றி. முதல் கேள்வி, கடைசி கேள்வி அதுதான் எங்கள் சைட்லேருந்து. எம்எஸ்எம்இக்கு பார்த்திங்கன்னா ஃபுட் பார்க் பண்ணியிருக்கிறாங்க. சாரே சொன்னாங்க, அதாவது பார்த்திங்கன்னா 3 இடத்துல ஃபுட் பார்க் பண்ணியிருக்காங்க. அங்கே பார்த்திங்கன்னா 99 years லீஸ் அப்படின்ற ஒரு கண்டிஷன் இருக்குது. அந்த 99 years லீஸுங்கிறது எப்போ மாற்ற போகிறீங்க? இல்லாட்டி யாருமே உள்ளார வர போகிறது?
Shifting also is supported. And there is a support on the electricity, support on the employment, and a lot of different things. We will come in the public very soon.
One more question. Okay.
Sir, cost is applicable. So, lease is equal to change of management. We can get market with the consortium of international bank. So far, 30,000 acres allotted all over Tamil Nadu. It is controlling the fact. If it is a sale, there was no control. For your information, take Sitco Industrial Estate, Ambattur. Object is changed. IT industries, hospital, hotel industry is coming. Whereas in Sipcard, those who are manufacturing is alone is permitted, not for trading. Only 5% of the land is allotted for trading. Lease is equal to sale. Anybody can change any number of times within 99 years.
Point very well taken. Thank you very much. Let it be a quick question and quick answer.
Good afternoon, one and all. I am Ratnavel, the president of the Agro Food Chamber of Commerce and Industry from Madurai. The good takeaway from this panel meeting is, don't compromise taste on the ground of health. It's a very good takeaway. ஏன்னா இப்போ மிஸ்டர் அழகுசுந்தரம் பேசும்போது டேன் எபெக்ஸிலேருந்து 12,000 யூனிட்ஸ் போடணும் அப்படின்லாம் சொன்னார். 8,000 யூனிட்ஸ் போட்டிருக்கிறதாகவும் சொன்னார். பட் ஒரு ஸ்டாட்டிஸ்டிக்ஸ் மிஸ்ஸிங். இந்த 8,000ல் எவ்வளோ பேர் சக்ஸஸ்ஃபுல்லாக கண்டினியூஸாக ரன் பண்ணுறாங்க? அந்த ஸ்டாட்டிஸ்டிக்ஸ் நமக்கு வரணும். அது வரலைன்னா அர்த்தமே இல்லை. நான் முடிச்சிடறேன் சார். இது ஒரு பக்கம். இன்னொன்று, நமக்கு தேவைகளே நிறையா இது நீங்கள் ஃபர்னிஷ் பண்ணலை. இப்போ நிறைய பேருக்கு வந்து எஃப்எஸ்எஸ்ஏ ஆக்டில் ப்ராப்ளம் இருக்குது. சின்ன சின்ன சேஞ்சஸ் பண்ண வேண்டியது இருக்குது. இதுக்கு என்னென்னா, வி ஹாவ் டு கோ டு டெல்லி. அங்கே போய் எல்லாரையும் மீட் பண்ணி வி ஹாவ் டு ரெப்ரசன்ட் ஹவு வி கேன் மேக் இட். ஒன்றும் இல்லை, இந்த அப்பளம் பண்ணுறாங்க. இட்ஸ் a பிக் இண்டஸ்ட்ரி இன் மதுரை அண்ட் அதர் ஏரியா. இதில் ஒரு சின்ன ப்ராப்ளம் இருக்குது விச் கேன் பி ரெக்டிஃபைடு. முடியலை. நான் என்ன சொல்கிறேன், நீங்கள் டான் எஃபெக்ட்ஸ்லேருந்து யூ ஹாவ் எ ஃபோரம் ஹியர். எஃப்எஸ்எஸ்சிஐக்கு இப்போ எதுவும் ப்ராப்ளம் இருந்தால் இங்கே வாங்க சொல்லுங்கள். நாங்கள் டெல்லிக்கு போய் என்னங்க பண்ண முடியும்? ஷூர். இன்னொன்று, இந்த லேபு வந்து ஒன்றுமே இல்லை. நீங்கள் சொன்னீங்க எக்ஸ்போர்ட் பண்ணுறது ஒன் ஆஃப் த ஆப்ஜெக்ட். இப்போ நாங்கள் மதுரையில் வந்து ஒரு பெரிய இன்ஃப்ரா டெவலப் பண்ணியிருக்கோம். யூ நோ தட். அனந்தராமகிருஷ்ணன் ஆல்சோ நோஸ். ஒரு அக்ரோ ஃபுட் ட்ரேட் சென்டர்னு பெருசாக பண்ணியிருக்கோம் வித் எய்ட் ஆஃப் த சென்ட்ரல் கவர்மெண்ட். அதில் நாங்கள் லேப் வச்சுருக்கோம். என்ஏபிஎல் அக்ரெடிட்டட் லேபே வச்சுருக்கோம். எக்ஸ்போர்ட் பண்ணுறதுக்கு எங்கள்கிட்ட எக்யூப்மெண்ட்டே இல்லை. அதெல்லாம் காஸ்ட்லியாக இருக்குது. சப்சிடைஸ் பண்ணி கொடுக்க மாட்டேங்கிறாங்க. யூ சே தட் வி ஹாவ் டு எக்ஸ்போர்ட். எக்ஸ்போர்ட்டை சர்டிஃபை பண்ணுற லேப் வி ஷுட் ஹாவ். இது இல்லைன்னா முடியாது. ஸோ எஃப்எஸ்எஸ்ஏ பாருங்கள், லேபை பாருங்கள். நல்லா சொன்னீங்க டேஸ்ட்டுன்னு. மில்லட்ஸுக்கு ஒரு எக்ஸிபிஷன் நடத்துகிறோம் இன்டர்நேஷ்னல். ஒண்டர்ஃபுல் ப்ராடக்ட்ஸ் பண்ணாங்க. ஆனால் எல்லாம் மருந்து மாதிரி இருக்குது. அந்த இடத்துல சாப்பிட்டு வி ஹவ் டு லீவ் இட். தயவு செய்து நீங்கள் பிரச்சாரம் பண்ணுங்கள். இந்த மில்லட்ஸ் எல்லாம் ஃபோர்ட்டிஃபைடாக தான் இருக்கணும். இப்போ கூட நான் ஒரு விளம்பரம் பார்த்தேன். தோசை மாவில் கொஞ்சம் கலங்க, டேஸ்ட்டு மாறலைன்னு சொன்னாங்க. நல்லா கவனிச்சுக்கோங்க. ஸோ நம்ம என்ன டேஸ்ட்டு சாப்பிட்றோமோ அதில் தான் மில்லட்ஸ் எல்லாம் கொண்டு வர முடியும். தயவுசெய்து ப்ளீஸ் எஜுகேட். தேங்க்யூ.
தேங்க்யூ சார். So,
all points taken, sir. We will handle it. And TN Apex will become one-stop solution for all such needs in a very short time.
okay. So we'll have one-to-one interaction, sir. Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Thank you. So thank you all. Okay. To express our gratitude, I invite Mr. Kiran Gurala, IAS Town Panchayat, to present token of appreciation to our esteemed speakers. Starting from C. Anantaramakrishnan. Next we have Dr. Jix Anthony. Mr. C.K. Ranganathan. Dr. K. Aragasundaram. Dr. K. Ratnam. Mr. Sanjay Sacheti. And Ms. Sushma Vasudeva. Thank you all for being a part of this enriching session. Nandri Vanakkam. Thank you.
The Tamil Nadu economy is forging ahead with an ambitious goal being set by the Tamil Nadu Chief Minister through M.K. Stalin to elevate the economy to $1 trillion by 2030. The Minister of Industries, Investment, Promotion and Commerce, Dr. T.R.B. Raja, is keen on executing this vision by making Tamil Nadu the best destination for global investments. A big area of investment opportunity. The Tamil Nadu economy is forging ahead with an ambitious goal being set by the Tamil Nadu Chief Minister through M.K. Stalin to elevate the economy to $1 trillion by 2030. The Minister of Industries, Investment, Promotion and Commerce, Dr. T.R.B. Raja, is keen on executing this vision by making Tamil Nadu the best destination for global investments. A big area of investment opportunity. The Tamil Nadu economy is forging ahead with an ambitious goal being set by the Tamil Nadu Chief Minister through M.K. Stalin to elevate the economy to $1 trillion by 2030. The Minister of Industries, Investment, Promotion and Commerce, Dr. T.R.B. Raja, is keen on executing this vision by making Tamil Nadu the best destination for global investments. A big area of investment opportunity for the state is in the sector of capital goods, what is commonly referred to as the mother of the manufacturing industry. The Indian capital goods market was estimated at $92 billion in 2019 and is forecast to reach $115.17 billion by 2025. India imported capital goods worth over $47 billion in the financial year 2022 and exported capital goods worth $30 billion to different countries. India's capital goods landscape is currently dominated by the electrical equipment sector, followed by the plant equipment and earth-moving equipment. India's leading capital goods and engineering firms are in the midst of one of their busiest seasons, with a combined order book surging past 10 billion rupees in value as of September 2023. This offers a tremendous opportunity for investment and development of the capital goods industry, and Tamil Nadu is best poised to grab this opportunity and become a self-reliant industrial economy. Tamil Nadu is the industrial powerhouse of the nation with the highest number of factories, 3 major ports, the third largest number of MSME units, and green shoots sprouting in the green energy sector. Tamil Nadu has the highest number of women employed in the factories with 40% employment against a world average of 31% and 80% literacy rate, with the highest number of postgraduates in India. Tamil Nadu is the second largest state economy in India, which has attracted rupees 70,000 crore of investments in 21-22 because of its ease of doing business.
L&T is delighted to be part of the Global Investor Meet convened by the Industries Department of Government of Tamil Nadu. Tamil Nadu has been L&T's one of the prime destinations with diversified operations. L&T has recently completed a smart, sustainable data center in a 10-acre campus near Sriperumbudur, Tamil Nadu, operated under our own brand L&T Cloudfinity Data Centers and Cloud Services. This MOU was signed during the last Global Investor Meet in November 21, and within a span of 2 years, we have completed the phase 1 of this investment. This is a testimony to L&T's commitment to the state and reflects the support that the government of Tamil Nadu is extending to the industry.
Tamil Nadu has investments in capital goods in the sectors of automobile, textiles and electronics. Tamil Nadu is known for its casting, forging, pressed parts and electronics manufacturing, which can
V, Country Manager and MD, Caterpillar India Private Limited, and of course Mr. T.R. Kesavan, President, Madras Chamber of Commerce, and Group President, TAFE. Mr. Shantanu Roy will be joining us shortly. He is the Chairman and Managing Director of BEML. He will be here anytime. Thanks once again for joining this session. I am Saraswati, Secretary General of the Madras Chamber of Commerce, and it gives us immense pleasure to welcome you all for this session, again curated by the Madras Chamber for GIM, and Madras Chamber, being an 188 years young chamber, have been always in the forefront, especially on the manufacturing engineering side, as most of our members are there. So this topic especially is very close to our heart, and we are here for that today. I would now request Mr. Ramakrishnan, Avalon Consulting, he's the Vice President, to make a very brief presentation to set the context. Mr. Ramki. As an administrative announcement, I would request all of you to put your mobile phones on silent mode.
Very good afternoon. I am Ramakrishnan. I am from Avalon Consulting, one of the leading management consulting firms in India. We are a 35-plus-year-old organization. On behalf of Avalon Consulting, we wish you a great 2024, and what a way to start 2024, right? And we collaborated with MCCI to understand the opportunities in capital goods sector for Tamil Nadu. We mapped out the opportunities and various challenges for Tamil Nadu. And as a part of it, we would like to give you a very short presentation. This will be followed by a short video before the panel discussion. So let me begin. So the Indian capital goods industry is really huge. It's valued at about 92 billion USD as of 2019. And probably it could be close to 100 billion USD currently. And if you look at it, India's key trade partners here are China, USA, South Korea, Germany, etc. All the developed nations. And if you look at the market, it's predominantly dominated, let's say dominated by imports, right? It accounts for almost 50% of Indian market, whereas exports is at about 30 billion. And if you look at the order book for the Indian players, it's about $10 billion. Really, really exciting times, but there are a few challenges here. We can see that the market is dominated by imports, right? But there's a good news. Over the past few years, since 2014, the exports have really, really grown, and it has outpaced the imports. Exports are growing at about 8% CAGR, whereas imports are at 3.7%, right? That's a good news. The exports have been growing due to various initiatives from the government of India and as well as the state government. We have policies like Make in India, etc., which has really spurred the growth, right? All values are in USD billion. The imports are close to 47, 48 billion, and exports are at 30 billion. So, what is interesting about this market is there are significant import substitution opportunity present for all the domestic players, right? If you look at the opportunities here, the market, the import is dominated by heavy electrical equipment, which is growing at 7% since 2019. It's followed by, the other high growth subsector is textile machinery, which is growing at 10%. There are other subsectors like process plant equipment, printing and packaging machinery, which offers substantial, let's say, investment opportunities, right? So import substitution opportunities for the domestic players. And so there is another opportunity, like in 2015, right, as stated by the draft capital goods policy, there is significant amount of second-hand machinery imported, right, especially from countries like China, which could be exploited, right? Tamil Nadu, as we all know, has proven manufacturing sector credentials, right? So what is key for domestic capital goods manufacturing is a very strong business ecosystem, very strong manufacturing ecosystem. Tamil Nadu ranks among the top 3 states across the key sectors which we are going to focus on, right? Be it automotive, be it textile, be it machinery and capital goods, chemicals, wearing apparel. We are very, very strong in these sectors. So it's top 1 or 2 in India in terms of output, in these industries, as well as it is the top 3 states in terms of attracting investments into these, right? These are as per the annual survey of industries 2019-2020. So the business ecosystem is very strong. We are number 3 in ease of doing business with a number in terms of number of factories in India. We have a lot of Fortune 500 companies. Over 130 companies are present in TN. We are ranking very high in the sustainability development goals. As per Niti Aayog, we are number 2 in overall performance and sustainability by Power Affairs Index, right? We are also faring very well in terms of availability of land and in terms of number of people engaged. And the government is not sitting quiet. We are coming up with a slew of initiatives, right? We are developing new policies, upgrading policies. In the previous year, if you look at 2022, you can see a lot of policies being rolled out. And even in this GIM, we have seen a lot of initiatives, a lot of policies being announced, right? So if you look at R&D policy, footwear policy, you would have seen the latest news, like we are leading in non-leather footwear manufacturing, right? And these sectors offer huge potential for capital goods, domestic capital goods industry. And we have launched single window portal 2.0. We have Tamil Nadu land information portal, etc. And we have special initiatives as well for industry and academia collaboration in terms of work labs. All these are positives for the industry. To summarize, we have, as a state, we have a lot of positives going on, right? Going for us. And in terms of policies, in terms of infrastructure, in terms of ease of doing business, in terms of talent, we are obviously the number 1 in talent. We have a lot of universities, a lot of skilled manpower available, right? I can see that the industry stalwarts present here will also vouch for that. Capabilities in TN is always number 1. And we have, again, a strong business ecosystem which will spur the growth of capital goods industry, right? Ma'am, I thank you for the opportunity, and I think we can go ahead with the short video.
The Tamil Nadu economy is forging ahead with an ambitious goal being set by the Tamil Nadu Chief Minister through M.K. Stalin to elevate the economy to $1 trillion by 2030. The Minister of Industries, Investment, Promotion and Commerce, Dr. T.R.V. Raja, is keen on executing this vision by making Tamil Nadu the best destination for global investments. A big area of investment opportunity for the state is in the sector of capital goods, what is commonly referred to as the mother of the manufacturing industry. The Indian capital goods market was estimated at $92 billion in 2019 and is forecast to reach $115.17 billion by 2025. India imported capital goods worth over $47 billion in the financial year 2022 and exported capital goods worth $30 billion to different countries. India's capital goods landscape is currently dominated by the electrical equipment sector, followed by the plant equipment and earth-moving equipment. India's leading capital goods and engineering firms are in the midst of one of their busiest seasons, with a combined order book surging past 10 billion rupees in value as of September 2023. This offers a tremendous opportunity for investment and development of the capital goods industry, and Tamil Nadu is best poised to grab this opportunity and become a self-reliant industrial economy. Tamil Nadu is the industrial powerhouse of the nation with the highest number of factories, 3 major ports, the 3rd largest number of MSME units, and green shoots sprouting in the green energy sector. Tamil Nadu has the highest number of women employed in the factories with 40% employment against a world average of 31% and 80% literacy rate with the highest number of postgraduates in India. Tamil Nadu is the 2nd largest state economy in India, which has attracted Rs 70,000 crore of investments in 21-22 because of its ease of doing business.
L&T is delighted to be part of the Global Investor Meet convened by the Industries Department of Government of Tamil Nadu. Tamil Nadu has been L&T's one of the prime destinations with diversified operations. L&T has recently completed a smart, sustainable data center in a 10-acre campus near Sriperumbudur, Tamil Nadu, operated under our own brand L&T Cloudfinity Data Centers and Cloud Services. This MOU was signed during the last Global Investor Meet in November 21, and within a span of 2 years, we have completed the phase 1 of this investment. This is a testimony to L&T's commitment to the state and reflects the support that the government of Tamil Nadu is extending to the industry.
Tamil Nadu has investments in capital goods in the sectors of automobile, textiles and electronics. Tamil Nadu is known for its casting, forging, pressed parts and electronics manufacturing, which can support its quest to become the hub for capital goods ancillaries in India and the export market. Tamil Nadu is now emerging as the hub for green economy with investments in electric vehicles, electronic components, green hydrogen, food processing, solar cell manufacturing and data centers. Tamil Nadu for the second time has been crowned as the best state for logistic ease as per national rankings. It is the gateway to the world with 3 ports in operation, with the Chennai port capable of accommodating 5th generation vessels, and the Chennai port is the 3rd largest port in India. The ports allow for connectivity to Asia, Middle East, Europe and the US, making Tamil Nadu well positioned to lead export markets. The new Greenfield Airport coming up in Parandur will also add to the logistic advantages of the state. Tamil Nadu is renowned for its educational institutions. With 57% skilled labor force that is set to grow through various government skilling initiatives, it is the best place to find highly skilled and valued workforce.
If you look at the number of engineers the state produces and the social indexes of this state is very good compared to rest of India. And the people work culture is excellent. All these things makes Tamil Nadu an attractive destination.
Tamil Nadu is one of the major destinations of US FDI in India. It houses more than 400 plus companies with 375 projects worth $14.1 billion investments. It also has the prime advantage of having dedicated industrial parks to support capital goods manufacturing.
Traditionally, capital equipment companies located in this part, creating a strong vendor base around the main clusters, which helps companies to come into the state once again and start expanding, like what we did in the last 25 years. We have been repeatedly investing in Tamil Nadu since 1998, considering all these advantages which are available in the state.
Increasing investment in research and development with an innovation-led mindset coupled with ease of doing business policies, the state is on a positive trajectory to grow its capital goods sector. Tamil Nadu is at the cusp of becoming the go-to state for all industrial needs. With seamless opportunities, it is a well-appointed destination for capital goods manufacturers and can become a global hub for capital goods manufacturing.
Thank you, Mr. Ramakrishnan. As he said, he presented a summary of the white paper, what the chamber prepared with Avalon, and that will be available on our web page as well as in the social media handles. Thank you. We will now, I also welcome Mr. Shantanu Roy. Thanks for joining. Thanks for coming all the way for this program. In fact, he has a meeting, thankfully, that was cancelled. He had to meet the Defense Ministry at Delhi, and fortunate for us that got cancelled and he could join us here. Thank you so much. So we will now come to the main part. I would request Mr. T.R. Kesavan, President of the Madras Chamber, who also brings with him huge amount of experience in this field, to take over from here, and he would be moderating, and I am sure we will have some time at the end to have some open house questions. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Saraswati, and once again, let me welcome all the delegates here. Very, very experienced and very knowledgeable group of people. I'm sure that they will be able to throw a lot of light on what is needed for the capital goods in Tamil Nadu and in India.
Now, before I start, one of the interesting things is all the great nations in the past, whether it was UK in the olden times, or Germany, or Japan, and subsequently China, one thing they had in common was they invested heavily on capital goods industry. The advantage they had was they were able to churn out products and also update the technology on the capital goods, thereby cutting down the material costs, modifying the way things are manufactured, and able to become one of the largest exporters in the world. So somewhere we cannot forget that if you really want to grow big, whether it is in the traditional manufacturing items or even areas like semiconductors, you definitely need something to make it. And the question is, should we depend every time to get equipments imported, or can India become a hub not only for our own needs, but ensure that we can supply to the world, in the process getting the volumes and the best of values, and more importantly, as I said, in the changing technological trends, we have to update it quite often. So when you start depending upon a nation abroad to support it, we may find it difficult in long term. Just this is my initial beginning. Now, I'm going to start with Siemens. Basically because they have been in this country almost 150 plus years. They have been looking at India as one of the main bases. And whenever you talk about a local manufacturing of capital goods where it involves the production of machinery, equipment that enhance the efficiency and productivity of the other industry, I always look at them that something can actually help the subsequent industries to grow. So my first question, sir, what I will do is I will go 2 rounds with the dignitaries here, first round and the second round. And the last round, I'm going to request them to give us 3 points what they think is going to change the capital goods sector in India and how TN can play an important role. So I'm going on the first round with you. So in capital goods, how much importance is today given, knowing your area of expertise on decarbonization and sustainability, and what specific examples you think we need to practice, not just because that we like it, but if you want to be a number 1 player in the capital goods in time to come, I think these 2 are going to be extremely important. Over to you, sir.
Thank you very much, and very good afternoon to everyone. I think the introduction was very, very good. It provided an overview of what the capital goods sector really looks like. $90 billion of output coming out of the capital goods sector. But the sad part is 45%, $45 billion, 50% of that is actually imported. And that is a huge opportunity. We are only exporting $24 billion. That is also a huge opportunity. The capital goods sector is currently employing directly about 5 million people. Indirectly, it employs an additional 25 million people. So we are looking at employment over here of 30 million people. Let's put this in concept of, or in context of where the country is actually heading. The government has said very clearly they want to expand the share of manufacturing from 15% of GDP to 25% of GDP. What does that actually mean? 15% of GDP today is about $450 billion contribution to GDP, assuming a $3 trillion GDP today. At 7% growth in about 7 or 8 years, we'll go, let's say, to $5 trillion. At $5 trillion, 25% of $5 trillion is $1.3 trillion. That means we need to be adding an additional $1 trillion roughly of contribution to GDP. What does that mean? It means you need at least double that amount in terms of capex. And that is what this country actually is looking for at least $2 $2 trillion of capex coming out in the next couple of years. Next data point. The government is already announced that they want to start spending on capital expenditure in infrastructure. You can't have manufacturing unless you've got a solid infrastructure. 2 years ago, they started with 5 lakh crores. Capital expenditure in infrastructure went up to 7 lakh 50,000 crores last year. This year, it is 10 lakh crores. So year on year, the government is increasing the spend on capital expenditure in infrastructure. Now, what does that mean? The announcements have been good in the past. What makes it different this time? What makes it different is 80% of the announcements have actually got converted, right? So there has been substantial amount of capex that has gone in. Now, as you increase the share of manufacturing, double the capex over there, your manufacturing goes up, digitalization goes up, because there's nowhere else in the world that is spending $2 trillion of capex other than India right now. So you will get digitalization, Industry 4.0 being the critical factor over there. Linked to that, you've got capital expenditure in infrastructure happening. Your energy requirements will double in the next 5 years. Your distribution requirements will double in the next 5 years. 65% of the capital goods industry is electrical products. That is going to double in the next 5 years. Now, all this under the headline or under the fundamental requirement, which has also been announced by the Honorable Prime Minister, we want to be a sustainable economy. Sustainable as in renewable, but sustainable also as in long term. If we have got to be a sustainable economy, it means our entire manufacturing processes, it means all our capex that we are putting in place has got to be with sustainable products. So we, for example, in our company, by 2030, we will be net zero, right? Today, we have zero plastic to landfill. We have zero water wastage in the company, absolutely zero. 40% of the energy that we use is renewable. We monitor 1,300 locations around 90 different countries in terms of the energy consumption that is being used, and we can drill that down right down to a pump or a valve that is leaking in an office or in a factory. And that is the kind of technology that we are going to be needing in our factories in order to ensure that we are able to deliver not only sustainable products, but also a sustainable ecosystem and pass that through to our entire supply chain.
Thanks a lot. I think it has been you made a couple of very interesting points that what is an opportunity exists, because both on the imports as for the export side, I think more important was the kind of job I think Siemens have done with respect to sustainability and decarbonization. Because many a times we talk about capital goods, that's a very common aspect. You know, many a times this does not come into the forefront. I'm not saying that that should be the way, but that is the reality. Basically because that's how it used to be in the past. So people said sustainability and decarbonization, etc., for everything else. But I think fundamentally this is going to be the most important thing. I'm extremely happy that you touched upon it. And I'm also extremely happy that you said what is happening in the country is the schemes getting announced, at least 80% is happening. I think that's a big, big change, what we are also noticing. With this, I'm going to go to a different person, completely different products. So I'm going to request Mr. Sanjay Jayavardhanavelu, because he's actually into CNC machines, he's actually into spinning equipments, and very much associated with those areas, which is slightly different. Because many a times when we really talk about the capital goods, some of these things don't come to our at least CNC machines comes into, but they don't really, immediately people don't say, hey, the things like spinning and wheel, that's a big stuff. So sir, what I'm going to really ask you is, you have heard what we have been discussing till now. What I want to understand is you have a very strong presence in textile machinery and CNC machine tools. So what are the things you are looking at diversification into other areas? Because considering you're strong there, how far you are going to get into other capital goods sector, and what are the specific areas LMW like to focus, considering the opportunities being present both in the domestic as well as in the export sector? Over to you, sir.
Thank you very much for having me. It's great to be here. As you rightly said, if we were to look at what we are known for in the CapEx, it's actually spinning equipment. For many of you here may not know what that means. It means that taking raw material, synthetics or cotton, and making yarn. Now in that business, the company has been focused over many, many years and has become one of the largest, it's the largest in the world in terms of volume. Market share in India is good, and as well as in export in terms of certain targeted economies. Second, on the machine tool side, we are also invested in the turning and machining center business, which is also steadily growing because our customer base is growing. Now, you had asked me two important questions. One, I think some of the reason of our success is that we've been very, very focused. If you look at the businesses we are in, they're very, very large businesses. And it takes very little for the management to lose its focus and say, I want to get into X, Y, and Z. But I think we've held the course and have invested heavily into specializing in our own businesses. So I think we will continue to grow in the businesses which we are in. But that does not mean that we will not look at adjacencies. I think adjacencies is something which is throwing up a tremendous amount of opportunity in India today. So I think in terms of adjacencies, we continue looking, but not moving away from our core. The second point is, I think we all do understand that India is in a very sweet spot today. I think geopolitically, as well as the +1 factor, there's a beeline to India in terms of moving manufacturing. Today, as much as there is a technology discussion, there's also equally, and if not more, a supply chain discussion is how to secure your supply chains globally and how to de-risk them. And there, I think we play a very, very important aspect, both from being the large democracy, physically where we are, and a tremendous opportunity within the country as customers, as well as a chance for us to export. So in that area, as you asked me, we will be looking for new opportunities which are coming. Now, that too, we will have to be very careful. I think the first point of entry would be the shifting of businesses into India. I'm very glad that both the stats as well as what we see, Tamil Nadu has been a favorite for many corporates to make a beeline in terms of manufacturing. So once those manufacturing move into India, then we will have to see how much of that one can actually roll out in terms of getting into the CapEx. That's not so easy because there are many industries which over the years we have excluded by saying that we don't want to get into chip, or we didn't get into chip or PCB making or making telephone equipment or what have you. And when all that shifts into India, that gives a tremendous opportunity for us to look into CapEx of those businesses, looking at the opportunities and threats. And I would say those are work in progress areas which we'd be looking at. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I will have a follow-up question on this. I'll come on the next round on it. Now, I'm going to go to an area which has been very close to my heart because I think I spent close to 22, 23 years in that. Heavy equipments. So let me start with BEML. Then I will come to Caterpillar. because I know BIML from 1980s. I've been very often visiting them. Almost every second month I used to be there. And I know the way the BIML has grown, both in the heavy equipment industries, as well as you're also into areas like railways. And the kind of importance that is being given by the government, especially the PM's thrust with respect to complete modernization of railways, and we want to become one of the best in the country as far as the railway infrastructure and the coach infrastructure is concerned. So, you have a very diverse portfolio. So my question will be, what is BIML looking at in these sectors? Are you going to, and you're also in defense, I forgot to think about it. So you're in defense, you are in railways, you are in heavy equipment when you started with that. And all these are extremely important industries as far as India is concerned today. So coming to, my question is, what are the things you are looking at future growth? I know you're also present in Tamil Nadu, so you can touch upon that also. Over to you, sir.
Thank you very much, Mr. Keshavan, and very good afternoon to all of you. The first question that comes to my mind is that if not Tamil Nadu, then where? Where else? So today I had an opportunity to visit IIT Madras and the wonderful research center and the centers of excellence and the incubation centers which it possesses. It sings exactly in line with the aspiration of our Honorable Prime Minister for Atmanirbharta or self-reliance. Very rightly said, we are in three business verticals: defense, rail and metro, mining and construction, that is the heavy earth moving segment. And the budget outlay of the government in 22-23 was the highest in these three sectors. Defense, it was 5.94 lakh crores, which was around 13% of our GDP. Rail was around 2.41 lakh crore and infrastructure was around 2 lakh crores. So these three sectors, I call it the sunrise sectors, and thankfully, BML is present in all these three sectors. On top of that, the self-reliance initiatives of the government of our Honorable Prime Minister has enabled us to achieve indigenization to a level which was unthought of. If I talk about the mining vertical, our indigenization level, we had already reached more than 90%. The rail, we had already reached more than 85%. Metro is, yes, a bit lower than that. And defense, from around 65% to more than 90%. So this augurs very well for the organizations like BML. And let me share that, the capital goods industry or the manufacturing sector is the sector based on which the country's economy will really thrive because of the jobs that it can create, because of the supply chain infrastructure that it can create, and because of the critical requirements of the country, whether it's for the security of the country, whether it's for the mobility, whether it's for the infrastructure and extraction of essential minerals. It is the capital goods industry which will lead the way. What I can perceive is that we will grow organically, consolidate our strengths, our core competencies in all the three business verticals. At the same time, look for opportunities to diversify and indigenize the critical aggregates and components that we have been importing, so that we become from an import of around 40% of the domestic production, reduce the imports to around 20%, at the same time become a net exporter from the current 27% of our domestic production in the capital goods sector to around 40%. So that's a very positive outlook that I can think of, and the growth for an organization like BML should be in double digits, and it also augurs well for all the companies, whether it's in the private sector or whether it's in the public sector, to grow at sustainable levels. Apart from this, yes, sustainability, that is the green initiatives, is also of paramount importance to us.
Thanks a lot, sir. I think my take away from this is how BML is actually working on the three most important areas, which is also augurs well with what the Atmanirbhar, what we are looking at, and your focus on cutting down imports, increasing exports, and also ensuring that you go and look at the other opportunities in the aligned areas as it comes. So I think that's one area. Again, I'll come back to on something else in the next round. Let me go back to Caterpillar, where I happened to spend about 15 years. So that's a lot of work. So I know reasonably about Caterpillar, so there's no problem. So my question to you, I think you already heard, I don't want to say competitor, no? Sounds wrong. So I won't say that. Your partners. Your partners in progress. Why not I say that? Your partners in progress. And Caterpillar also been here for a very long time. I mean, either as a joint venture, when I was there, I think we started in, remember right, 1960s, early. And then you people continued in the full heavy manufacturing. So my question is, you are absolutely known for heavy machineries. You're also known very well for adapting technological trends. And you're also established a full-fledged design and engineering facilities here. So questions to you will be, because you are also placed in Tamil Nadu, the question to you to start with will be, how are you adapting the technologies, and what are the different changes you look at the technologies in the capital goods relevant to you? And will that actually also help in creating another set of capital goods to enable making this? That's again an important question. And second is, what's your experience in Tamil Nadu? Over to you, sir, Vivek.
Okay. First of all, a very good afternoon, and thanks for the question, Mr. Keshwan. And before I get started, I know you did talk about Caterpillar having a significant presence in this state for a long period of time. Yes, we have been in this state for almost 52 years now, and I'm glad that we have had an opportunity to get associated with the growth of the nation as well as the state. And to your question, if you were to really look at the technology, I think each and every aspect of the industry is really embracing technology, and so is the case with the capital goods, and more so on the heavy engineering equipment. And if you were to really look at the technology aspect of it, and I think it's not a choice, and it's something, a necessity as we see in the coming years. And if you were to really look at the heavy equipments, and I would say there are 4 different parameters on which we actually put technology in context. One is alternate fuels, because most of the times we are really just very seriously concerned about the future, and not just the future of the companies and future of the generations to come, and more so on the mother nature. And one thing which is going to be mission critical is to ensure that we embrace sustainability, and one way to easily embrace sustainability is to really think about the alternate fuel. So alternate fuel is definitely one of the important aspects of technology which the heavy equipment industry is seriously embracing. And when I talk about alternate fuels, it's all about everything other than the diesels and petrols, right? And it's about hydrogen. Definitely hydrogen, green hydrogen is a topic of the day, and every one of those mobility industry is really talking about how do we actually go for green hydrogen. And then, of course, the short term, we can definitely count on the biodiesels and hydrogenated vegetable oil, which can potentially be coming as an alternate and also less polluting than the internal combustion engine fuel, what we are currently used to. The second important thing is about autonomy. I think autonomy is something which is going to be mission critical, because if you were to really look at anything and everything what is happening, I know the one thing which always people in the hall would be able to relate to is when we talk about autonomy, everybody really just thinks about Teslas, And I know we talk about Tesla really just trying to bring in autonomy and they are doing piloting. And not many of us recognize that there are other industries which has really embraced autonomy much way ahead of those fancy industry, to say so, but not very visible to the general public. And if you were to really look at heavy engineering industry, I would say Caterpillar has got actually one of the world's largest autonomous fleet working in the remotest part of the world, because most of the heavy engineering equipment works actually on the remote part of the world. And they actually sometimes actually struggle to get those skilled workforce to operate them day in and day out. And also some of the equipments actually work on the hardest of the atmospheres, because we do make equipments which works under the ground, because it's very difficult to really understand the working conditions when we have to look at the equipments which are actually working 1 kilometer or 2 kilometer below the ground level, wherein the temperature and then the humidity are going to be unimaginable or unadaptable to the human being. So we do have autonomy really just coming in handy to really help to manage the equipment operations, and we have actually one of the world's largest fleet of autonomous equipment working in the world. So that's the second important lever. So we do actually not only work on alternate fuels, but we also actually aggressively pursue autonomy. The third important thing is the connectivity, because we do talk about connectivity in everything. And I know it's not just about the physical connectivity, but also the soft connectivity. And every one of us have got more than one smartphones with 2 SIMs each, because everybody wants to be really connected to the world and then want to really understand what is happening day in and day out on a real-time basis. And it's important for us to recognize that any of the owners of the capital goods actually would also want to really just monitor the condition of the equipment on a real-time basis, so that they can actually just take informed decisions and then maximize the utilization of the assets. So if you were to really look at the assets, Caterpillar obviously has got the largest fleet in the world. We have over 4 to 5 million fleets operating actively globally, and at least half of them are connected as we speak. And those fleets which are connected are actually throwing a real-time information, and we believe that that's a way forward. Our aspiration is to ensure that 100% of the fleets are connected, and so that it is actually coming in handy to customers who sits anywhere across the world to really just see how the equipments are actually delivering what it is supposed to deliver day in and day out, and helping them to make informed decisions. So the third important lever on technology is definitely the connectivity. And the last but not the least is the electrification, because electrification is definitely going to be there. And I know there has been a lot of debates and there has been a little bit of adoption which we are seeing in the space of electrification. And I think it's not going to be restricted to the 2-wheelers and 3-wheelers and 4-wheelers, what we see day in and day out. It's actually going to be the future of mobility. So electrification is definitely going to be coming in a big way. And when we really look at the heavy equipments, we do have a significant amount of research and development which is happening, and there are definitely a lot of products which are actually already been rolled out, because we had one of the largest exhibition in the Southeast Asia XCon, which is where the heavy equipments actually gets displayed. And the biggest theme of the exhibition, which happened very recently, late December, is actually all about electrification. So we have a host of manufacturers who have displayed the plethora of product lines which are actually embracing electrification, which is actually a great step towards really just how we are actually being very progressive in terms of how we think about the future, and also actually how we are proactive in terms of embracing sustainability and taking it to the greater height. So these are 4 different parameters on which we embrace technology, not just as a company, but also as an industry.
Thanks a lot, Mr. Vivek. Yes, I do know that, especially the autonomous body, when you are handling hazardous goods, I think probably did it very, very long back. And a lot of people don't even know that, because that's the only way you can handle the hazardous goods. So yes, I am fully aware, and thank you for saying that 4 important areas I think you have been working on is going to definitely add a lot of technology needs. So my next question will be to actually touch upon, I'll probably come to you on that, is what are the things, capital goods you'll require? The same question what I had Mr. Sanjay also. What will be the kind of capital goods you'll really make things happen? I'm going to come to you on that question on the next. Immediately after this, because you talked about technology and the change in technology, I am going to go back to Mr. Sanjay. See, when we talk about textiles, today we talk about man-made textiles in a big way. Then there are also, we talk about textiles which is basically being used for automotive areas, it is going for medical and other areas. I know these are all new areas, but still these also requires a lot of processing. May not be exactly the spinning and weaving the way we look at it. What will, because and there is also a fear to a lot of us that The regular textiles may get replaced at some point of time, and a big chunk may move to the so-called man-made textiles, though that also has got a problem because the man-made textile depends a lot on things coming out of petroleum, blah, blah, so that's also an area. So my question to you will be, considering the change happening, especially this is again a big capital goods sector, what will be your views on this and what will you be doing in this area, sir?
Thank you. I think it's a topic which will take me 3 days to discuss. But I don't know how many of you in the audience really realize that today you can walk down a street in Europe or UK and most of the shops, retail, would have garments made from 40% recycled fiber. So the world of circularity, traceability, all that is spot on in the textile business. So we are talking about it today. When we talk about PET bottles, a lot of it has been very well through NGOs and other areas been able to, we were able to recycle all this, convert them into polymers and fibers. So the way the textile business, as you rightly said, is moving is something what I'm wearing today, and also what something which ISRO uses to put up a satellite in the sky. So it's a very wide variety of textiles. So as we go ahead, we also must understand that textiles do require a lot of, consume a lot of natural resources, which is energy and water. And therefore, I think many of us have taken it on a responsibility to ensure for humanity and our own companies to address this very, very quickly. Whilst we're talking about this, 2025 may already have a tax on textiles which are not in compliance with traceability and circularity, at least into Europe. So the way this is moving, as you rightly said, is going into scientific labs. And a lot of this innovation is not coming out of known textile countries. It's coming out of California in terms of many startups there, the way they're looking at a recycling, mechanical or chemical, or also even producing these fibers. I've also seen T-shirts which are come out of a spray can. You can spray it all over yourself and give it some time, and then it kind of becomes bonded to fabric. So I think all of us, especially in our company, are very, very clear. These are the trends which are here to stay because of the customer's choice. I think that's the most important thing. Customers are now realizing that these are choices which we have to make, and the mother of all will also be in terms of consumption. You might know a very famous company called Zara, which was known for fast fashion, which means that every 2 weeks they had a new collection on the racks. So you must understand what that means in terms of cycle time to get those garments on those racks in 2 weeks. It's something unbelievable. So I think they also have now moved into more sustainability. So this will definitely have an impact in the way we produce textiles and also grow the raw material. So a lot of work is being done in that area. And in the next few years, you will see the changes are coming, which are coming out in terms of a growing natural raw material, making far more sensible polymers, which are don't cause pollution in the ocean or what have you, and even are traced back into microplastic into fish. And recent studies in USA have traced that back also into human beings. So I think the textile industry is very, very sensitive of this and will address this. So in the next 5 years, 6 years, you will see a dramatic change in the way fibers and also garments are being formed. Last part of that is also a tremendous amount of digitalization and automation which is happening. Already today, one of the large areas is garment making, and today there's enough work being done in automation to reduce almost 30 to 35% of garment making. And this is one way of onshoring. I think in manufacturing, de-risking, a lot of it is getting onshored. So I think all of us have to be very attentive of that to make sure that we not only have technology, we also have the push for onshoring back into Europe, back into the US. And these are two trends which we need to take care of. And companies like us are aware of this and working towards that. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, sir. Since we talked about onshoring, I'm going to go to Siemens. Because see, whenever we talk about onshoring, we talk about, India is very good when it comes to, software, IT or software related. But I think the same question happens when it comes to little more hardware, and what you people do. How do you think that whatever you are today doing in India, because, we've discussed about export as a major opportunity. And one more area I'm looking at, even in the equipments what you manufacture, as we change, as the technology, not only technology, the requirement for sustainability, requirement for ensuring that our future is safe, a lot of things are also going to change the equipment, the way the equipments are made. Do you think that India has a potential for offshoring these technologies? Question number one. Second is, if something can be done, even a place like Tamil Nadu, what do you think you will require from the government of Tamil Nadu to make that kind of a changes so that people will be happy to come here? We do this we are well known for software. And the question is, we are not known well for our hardware. That's also a reality. So what is that you will really look? I'm not saying that you all will be coming here, but if somebody like you wants to come here, what is that you will be looking from Tamil Nadu? So two questions, basically.
Okay, so I'll answer the first one. I'd like to headline that with the term digitalization or Industry 4.0. And let me put this in context. We have a factory in Germany that has a productivity level of 99.99% and a quality level of 99.99%. This is never going to be possible through just labor work, right? You need technology. You will need digitalization to bring it up to that level. Now, I'll put this also in context because many people believe that smart manufacturing is actually only for the big guys. We have a factory in Mumbai which is 50 years old, manufacturing contactors. It's a 50-year-old factory manufacturing contactors. 3 lines of production, 80 variants of contactors were being manufactured. The competition had more variants. We wanted to produce more variants. But every time you produce or you wanted to expand the number of variants, you needed an additional production line, for which there was no business case. Capital expenditure was just too much. So then we said, let's look at digitalization. Long story short, we went from 80 variants on 3 production lines to 180 variants on 1 production line. We went from 13 quality checks to 52 quality checks. We went from a cycle time of 21 seconds down to a cycle time of 9 seconds. Now think about a small and medium enterprise in a 50-year-old factory. Classically, they are strapped for cash, working capital, space. You are able to produce much more with much less. And this is the time when you are now able to compete with the West. The West is introducing Industry 4.0 in a massive way. The advantage that India had, which was traditionally labor arbitrage, is no longer there. This is where I believe Tamil Nadu has a huge advantage. You have the best software engineers here. You have the perfect environment in place for manufacturing. You have got single window clearances in place. You've got an ecosystem around. Combining software and manufacturing together is what Industry 4.0 is. Tamil Nadu has the capability of being the smart manufacturing hub of India, if we just combine that.
Thank you, sir. I think that's probably a very brilliant answer. I hope that people who have to note will be noting this. I think this is where I think the direction we also look at. Now, I'm going to continue that question to you, sir. If we talk about technology, smart manufacturing, and we also see, we have been discussing during the lunchtime. Today, people are looking at availability of machines, 99.9%, or they say, you must make it 100% available. I don't want to. Not even talking about we're not talking about giving it as a service. Even if somebody buys an equipment he wants. The olden times we tried to do this with people, trying to look at machines very closely, advising them. But today the technology has completely changed, and I think in capital goods, this is going to be extremely important because capital goods are very expensive. So if I can stretch the capital goods to 100%, usage, number one, and also by maintaining it, if I can also increase the life, both are going to be a great advantage, not only to the customer, but more importantly to the manufacturer. Because he says, look, you buy my machine, next 25 years, I'll take care of it. But I do it because I have the technology behind it. Over to you, sir. So what will be your ways of doing it, and what are you looking at? Because you are in 3 areas. Defense also requires a lot of technology inputs in their equipments. And some of this can have a rub-on effect to the heavy equipment, and also in a bigger way rub-on effect to rail equipment. The rail also we have started talking about covers and stuff like that, and knowing the failures right up front so that people get saved. Over to you, sir.
Let me start with rail and metro. From a typical acquisition model, both the rail and metro sectors have shifted to a life cycle cost model. In the recently concluded tenders for Vande Bharat, the contract came with a 35-year maintenance. The metro sector soon followed, and it's a norm now to have a 15-year maintenance. In some cases, 15 years for the car body and 7 years for the propulsion. The second business vertical that we are in, the mining, the heavy earth moving. From a purely acquisition model, now all the mining companies, the big boys of mining, the Coal India and its subsidiaries, everyone is looking at a guaranteed parts contract with a cost cap or a total maintenance contract, a TMC, with a span of 6 years, 7 years, and now maybe more than 8 years. The third is the defense vertical. In the defense vertical, the availability of each and every platform, whether it's for any combat engineers, whether it is for any strategic system, whether it is for any troop movement, it is of utmost importance, especially in the battlefield. Number 2, sustaining and maintaining the fleet is one of the prime responsibilities of companies like BML. How do we do this? In all the cases, until and unless we are very confident of a very robust technology, we will not be in a position to switch over from the acquisition model to the life cycle cost. And life cycle cost is not only the maintenance, life cycle cost is also about the fuel consumption type of engine with our own in-house efforts. In the metro, the Mumbai metro that we are presently executing, it's a GOA 4 or Grade of Automation 4, which is unmanned train operation. Unmanned train means there will not be any person in the driver's cabin. GOA 3 means there will be a person, but he will just be there in case the automated system fails. And that involves not only the rolling stock, the onboard hardware, the TCMS, that is the train control and management system, which is the software which speaks between the hardware and the brakes, the propulsion, all put together, but also the CBTC, which is the communication-based train control, which talks with the train to the signaling and to the central command center. In the rail, we have introduced Kavach. India as a country has introduced Kavach. And BML, which is manufacturing the first sleeper Vande Bharat train in partnership with ICF Chennai. The Kavach will be fitted into it. Now, Kavach is what? Kavach is a safety system which is between ETCS 2.0 and 3.0. ETCS is the European Train Control System, one of the highest safety standards in the world. So how all this is being possible? This is possible because of the strides in technology that this country has made, the kind of ecosystem that has been developed, the kind of manufacturing capabilities and the capital investment that organizations and companies have been able to do. And one more thing which is very important is the focus on the MSMEs as the backbone of our supply chain. In fact,
really started appreciating what kind of technologies really goes into the capital. Capital good itself is completely changing. I think that's one very important thing we wanted to put it up here, because why Tamil Nadu is, I think one very important thing is capital good is completely changing. As rightly Siemens pointed out, I think it is going to be technology what is going to make the difference. I'm going to come to Vivek. I think it's going to be the last question, because then I'm going to have a quick one question on what do you think Tamil Nadu can do, or what do you want from Tamil Nadu, in case not you or somebody like you to come in. The question here is, yesterday we had Chris Miller, who wrote about the chip war. The question here is, because technology is becoming so much different today. Everything is sensors and chips. So the question is, unless we are strong in the chips and the sensors, because that is going to be a lot of something you need to measure and something you need to do. So this is going to be really controlled by this too, over and about the software, blah, blah. So the question is, I know that many of your products definitely uses multi sensor. A car has got today, I think, something like 360 sensors, which, and it's going to be very true when he talks about good trains which carry people. So the question is, what are you people looking at? Because I know you're big users of it also. So how do you look at this as a capital good opportunity for India? I'm not saying you're going to do it, but how do you think such a thing can happen? And if it can happen in TN, why not?
No, as you rightly said, if you had to really look at most of the heavy equipments, what we manufacture, and not just what we manufacture, the whole industry manufactures, it has got a lot of electronics in it, including a lot of chips. And we typically say that, okay, roughly around 50% of the parts are actually largely electronics, chips and sensors and harnesses. That's typically what makes up each and every one of the equipment. And having said that, one thing which is also a buzz, which all of us as an industry has started talking about, is resiliency. Because this actually is a buzzword which started after COVID, rightfully so. But the reality is, we do want to make sure that as we really just aspire to actually embrace technology and then want to position ourselves to better serve the customers, we want to be mindful about the resiliency of the supply chain. And today, if you were to look at it, vast majority of the supply chain is actually non-existent in this part of the world. And I think that's definitely a big opportunity. And we saw that the government of India has come out with a big policy boost to really just attract those investments, because these are actually capital investments which is actually going to have a long gestation period. So the government of India has actually come out with the policy. And we also saw the government of Tamil Nadu has got a semiconductor policy which actually supplements the government of India policy. And I think these are definitely some of the policy framework which are actually going to be mission critical. But it's not just the policy framework which is going to be helping us to get to where we want. I think overall the economies of scale also need to matter. And if you were to really talk about, I'll just talk about the heavy engineering industry. The heavy engineering industry, when it comes to the heavy engineering equipments, what we are into, right? The industry has been seeing a significant growth over the last several years because of the strong infrastructure push, and as well as because at the end of the day, we can talk about economy in two contexts. One is the numbers, the GDP and value, what we attach to it. But at the end of the day, it's all about quality of life. How does it really enhance the quality of life of each and every one of the citizens of this country? And I think that's the best way to measure it. And that's largely driven by the three important parameters: the power, infrastructure, and also the connectivity. So we are actually seeing a significant amount of capital outlay in those three spaces, what I talked about, which will eventually determine the quality of life of the citizens of this country. And that means there is going to be an inherent potential to actually see a significant growth in the demand. So the economies of scale is there. And I think that's definitely something which is going to be mission critical apart from the policy framework to really just make sure that those investment opportunities translate into realities. And we are at the cusp of really just seeing both actually converging. And I think definitely in the next couple of years, we would see that the vast majority of those technologically advanced industries on the microprocessors, chips, and sensors will actually be here and make us much more resilient and competitive.
Thank you. So you can just go and also talk about 2 or 3 points. What do you think TN need to do to make this attractive enough for people to come in?
Okay.
In your opinion.
Yeah.
Okay.
No, I'll just quickly touch upon 2 or 3 things. So number one is we did talk about technology, and technology always actually starts with adoption. And when it comes to the adoption, the policy framework actually comes in the front end of it. So I think I know there can always be a policy framework at the central government level, but as a state government, there can be some policy framework which can actually help adopt technology. And I'll just get to a little bit of granularity, because if you had to look at electrification, right? There's a central incentive and there is also a state incentive. And likewise for each and every dimension of technology, what I talked about, alternate fuels, and autonomy, connectivity, and electrification, there can be a policy framework from the state side of it to make sure that they actually just state actually acts as a role model of actually adopting technology so that it actually continues to be the front runner of everything. That's number one. Number two is capital goods is too broad a sector. And I think within the capital goods, we need to really get into the focus sector. I will be selfish enough to really just talk about the heavy equipment, because these equipments actually play a vital role in infrastructure building, which improves the quality of life. So if we can actually have a focus for industrial policy to actually promote, because the current estimate as an industry is this industry, which is currently around $8.5 billion, will eventually be $25 billion by 2030. That's the quantum of growth, and we have a good reason to believe that it's a reality because of the huge capital outlay on all the infrastructure. So that means that we do need to really build a significant amount of capacity. And Tamil Nadu as a state, which has been a front runner of attracting investment, has got a niche opportunity to really put in a policy framework to attract vast majority of the capacity related investments here. Last but not the least, I know we talked about the MSMEs, because this industry has got a significant amount of MSMEs, and I know Sunil talked about the technological adoption of those MSMEs. If there is a policy framework which will actually encourage the MSMEs to actually adopt technology so that we can actually collectively grow as a value chain and then get much more competitive, that would be another thing which I can put.
Thank you, sir. I think 3 inputs. I'm sure we can note it down. Sanjay, sir, from your, whatever you think that you can add for your area.
Yeah, I just, for the sake of not repeating, I think 2 important areas. If you look at how the shop floors are changing, first of all, manufacturing needs a love of engineering and to make stuff. I think that's very important. So how do we keep that spirit alive is something very important in the ecosystem. Now, if you look at when machines are changing, as we spoke, materials are changing, methods are changing, how does the man change? I think that's very important. So at both, if not federal, at least at state level, I think a long-term investment would be in terms of education,
Skilling.
education. Education is 2 ways. One is basic and the other one is skill. Now, after skill development was a big discussion, many European and American advanced economies are going back one step and saying, okay, skill is something which we have to plant from the education framework itself. So one thing for governments, since we are not talking about companies, governments to kind of invest, I think, would be in terms of how do you look at federal, state level education. I think that should be looked at in terms of aligning all the skill education towards what we've been speaking right now. The second thing is in terms of continuing the good effort they're doing in terms of skills and honing in the right kind of skills. Again, that's a vast subject. As was said, you will have to look at 2 or 3 areas and go deep into that and not just spread it thin. So education at granular level and skill development. The other area is innovation. 2 types of innovation. One is new products, new thought process, intellectual property, which has value. The second thing is to adopt this. You know, there are 2 types of technologies. How do you also able to adopt technology which is available today? You know, you can co-create it, you can buy it, you can acquire it, but then how do you adopt it, right? I think for both these, the government of Tamil Nadu can play a catalyst in bringing together industry institutions together. I think that's something which, if they can create platforms, as was said, we are known for our IITs and other higher educational institutions. And 20 years, 30 years ago, the investments they made have yielded fruit today in terms of us being the second largest economy and a great manufacturing place. Similarly, in terms of medicine and also IT, these are all investments made 30 years ago. So I think one will have to look at a 30-year strategy in terms of making these investments. But on a quick note, how do you bring industry institutions together and create platforms and later on also incentivize those platforms would be a great area to create a very, very forward-thinking and smart human capital. I think that's also very, very needed as we go ahead. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Over to you, sir.
I think maybe I don't want to repeat what has already been said. They're absolutely right there. Maybe we can take an example. We don't have to reinvent the wheel. Maybe we take the example of how Germany built their innovation and their technology. And this came through the small and medium enterprises. The success story of Germany as a technology leader has come only through the small and medium enterprises. And what did they do? They created academic institutions where small and medium enterprises could go out and get technology from. They cannot afford their own research and development. They need R&D, they need innovation, they can't afford it, so they go and start working with academic institutions. They need banks that can support them. The large banks will not support them, but they need small banks that can support them, which are localized to their areas. They need apprenticeship trainings. Going back to the earlier part over there, there needs to be, they had a concrete law in place which said every single small and medium enterprise will hire apprentices. The advantage is the cost level is low, apprentices don't cost much, but over a time these people develop with their experience to become some of the most experienced players in the world. So you had academia, strong academic institutions, strong banking systems, strong R&D, and strong skill developments, all coming together, working and creating an ecosystem around the small and medium enterprises, localized to textiles, to food and beverage, to pharma. You can't have one size fits all. Now, Tamil Nadu has the advantage, they have started that. The TANSAM, the Tamil Nadu Smart and Advanced Manufacturing Institute, is really a terrific advantage or a terrific example that can now be expanded to take into account all of these. We've seen already, we are partnering with them on technology. Industry 4.0, artificial intelligence, machine learning, and so on. The amount of interest that there has been from startups, from small and medium enterprises, from the IITs and these other academic institutions is terrific. Now we need to expand that and have many more such institutes here within the state.
Thank you, sir. I know some of the thing, I think scaling up is also very, very important in all this. I know now it's going to be a little difficult for you because a lot of ideas has come in. So from your point of view, please, sir. And with that, I think we may have time for 2 questions, or you may not have. You're already calling it a day. Okay, please.
It's difficult, yeah.
Yeah.
So, yes, really nothing much for me to say, but what I can share with you is BML's partnership with Tamil Nadu and with Chennai. We have a huge chunk of our industry partners from the Coimbatore belt, from Chennai, from Hosur. We are also partnering a program in defense testing infrastructure scheme with the equity share along with 4 other companies in the Tamil Nadu defense corridor. And we have a long-term, long-standing partnership with Integral Coach Factory, Chennai. And today, when I visited IIT Madras, I was looking for a one-stop solution who can bridge the gap, who can bridge the relationship between academia, between center of excellence, between a research park, between a technology incubation startup with industry, and I have found one. That's all from my side. Thank you.
Thank you. I think they genuinely deserve a big applause. I think we have learned a lot today out of them. And one good thing is getting recorded, and the important points, I know the policy makers can also take a look, or we also can put in a note with all the policy points coming out of it to the government. I think that'll be a good thing for us to do. We'll just take care of it.
Sure.
So that MCCA can promise for our side that we will do it. And we can even probably come back to you and say that you want to add something and vet it and then send it back to them. So from all the 4 of you. So at least some beginning will be there, or something is already started can be continued. I think with this, with the little shortage of time, I think we may have to end here. I'm really sorry we could not take any questions. We love to always take questions, and it always happens that the questions becomes the most difficult thing because there's no time.
And
Okay?
Yeah, and
Thanks a lot.
Yeah, especially since there is a valediction after that, we may have to give. This is an important topic, and trying to cover within 1.5 hours or less than that is very difficult, like trying to boil the ocean. So let us stop here for the time, and I profusely thank all the panelists for that 360-degree kind of views, and thanks all the participants and everyone. Let me request Mr. Kiran Gurala, IAS, to present a memento to all the panelists, please. Thanks a lot, Mr. Vivek. I know he has to sign an MOU also right after this. Thank you very much, Mr. Sanjay Jayavardhavelu. In fact, most of them have to come from different places for this session. Thank you very much, Mr. Sunil Matthew. Thanks a lot. And Mr. Shantanu Roy. And Mr. Ramakrishnan, you may have, Ramki, you also have to receive a memento. Please. A heavy takeaway from the session and a heavy takeaway for them as well. And Mr. Ramakrishnan Avalon. Thank you very much. Thanks everyone. Thanks for all the support from guidance at Tamil Nadu government, and thanks to all the participants, delegates present here and the team. Mr. T.R.K. please, T.R.K. Shivan.